Only one? The UK one.
Oh, now UK district public. So we pick one of every single now. How much is the cost? This one is 20 million.
I saw you. You don't do it. I know. You know saying. Now we best come. I don't see you. I see you. We saw each other. Now we best come. No. Okay, this one I've been in the thing. I did. No. I was supposed to. That's only an extra one. I don't know what happened. I checked. There's only one I was there now. I just got the first go. Accidentally. Make me laugh.
Additional, the managing consultant, stages and specs, accredited trainer, EAP, accredited facilitator. What he's doing for us today, he does it for many of the blue chip companies. They benefited from it. And I know that as many of you are now knocking the door of retirement, we have chosen this topic to now empower us. It's actually 40 years now that we left Nms and became brothers. It's actually 40 years this year. So they are all now packing their bags to leave the armed forces, leave the bank, leave the different organizations where they work. So we want to appreciate your knowledge and you want to share with us. I invite you to take over. Thank you, sir.
I'm actually doing AGIP this week. I do for total. That is for this. So, in a manner of speaking, you can call me an SME, a subject matter expert. I do so many things, but I pride myself in saying first and foremost, I'm a priest, I'm a teacher, I'm a certified trainer, amongst everything. So this morning I'm going to be teaching you. And the methodology I will use, I deliberately have given you this for a number of reasons. This is from our firm, so that you can take notes. I didn't know that they were going to give you pads. So I want everybody to take notes. What you keep in your head, you will forget. Especially for those of you who have children abroad and thinking of the exchange rates. But what you write down, you can always go back and use as reference material. So I want everybody to please take notes. And that's why I brought this. I'm a certified ALE practitioner. ALE is Adult Learning Experience. Adult Learning Experience. Can you say that, please, everybody? Adult Learning Experience. And we're all adults. Yes. The average adult has about 10 to 15 minutes attention span. This gentleman here, as I'm looking at him, is physically here, but I'm sure his mind is reflecting on something. Am I right, sir? Well, you are physically here, but fortunately, I'm a psychologist. Your body language, the way you are seated, the way you are looking, tells me you are away from here. So some of us will be physically here, but we will be away from here. It is natural. We're adults. We have a lot of things going on our mind. So I'm going to try and arrest your attention all through the training. What's happening? DJ, they are not ready to dance now. Why did you flick off my...
No, I think it's
attention, please. May I request that we put our phones away for now? you stand to benefit a great deal from what we're doing. So, the methodology I'm going to use this morning is adult learning experience. Can we all stand? I'm going to treat you like children. We are going to dance. We are going to clap. Learning can be boring. But when fun is added to it, you learn more. The greatest hindrance to learning is boredom. So we can't make the class to be bored. But there's a Chinese saying, and I want you to say it after me. The saying says, tell me I will forget. Everybody?
Tell me I will forget.
Teach me I may remember.
Teach me I may remember.
Involve me and I will learn.
Involve me and I will learn.
Tell me I will forget.
Tell me I will forget.
Teach me I may remember.
Teach me I may remember.
Involve me and I will learn.
Involve me and I will learn.
So what we will be doing throughout my 1.5 2-hour session is learning by involvement. Learning by involvement. Everybody will contribute. There's no right and wrong answers. You can stop me anywhere. We're here to share experiences, to gain insight, and to be better people when we leave this room. That's the whole objective. To share experiences, to gain insight, and to be better persons when we leave this room. Please sit. I want you to write down 4 things. Alive. Everybody write it down. Alive. Yes, alive. As in 5 alive. As we are alive this morning. Awake. Just write them one after the other. Alive. Alert. Alive. Awake. Alert. Enthusiastic. Alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic. So can we all stand again, please? Let us come to the aisles. Everybody.
Are we all here? Madam, join us. Nice to see. All right.
Awake and enthusiastic. Am I alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic? I'm alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic. 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 I'm alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic.
One thing that readily came over to me is that before you went to Zaria, none of you went to boarding school. But your children went to nursery school. All right. So we are going from rank to rank. We want to get to the rank of the nursery school now. Baba, you definitely don't. You didn't. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, 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 how are you? I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, 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 how are you? I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, 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 how are you? I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, 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 how are you? I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Hello, 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 how are you? I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, thank you. Clap for yourself. Don't go yet. I wish your children were here to see their fathers. Honestly. All right. This is a friendship of 40 years. Some are dead. Yeah. Some are ill. But we are alive.
I want to say hello, H-E-L-L-O, 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 I say hello. Every time I see my friend, I love to say hello. H-E-L-L-O, 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 I love to say hello. Every time I see my friend, I love to say hello. H-E-L-L-O, 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 I love to say hello. Every time I see my friend, I love to say hello. H-E-L-L-O, 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 I love to say hello. Thank you for yourself.
Let's get perspectives. Can I have one class, please? Let's have perspectives. I want everybody to look at that. The topic is towards a purposeful retirement plan. I want you to look at the couple, both the writing. Can you see at the back there? Can everybody see?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want perspective. Reflect on it, and what do you make of it? What are your thoughts when you see it? They are going for honeymoon. You may be right. A second honeymoon is ideal at this time. All right? Yes, sir.
There's peace. I see peace.
There is peace. Top number.
Walking together, they walk far.
Working together, they work far. You must be a strategist. Any other perspective? Confidence. Comfort.
Two good heads.
Pardon?
Two good heads.
Two good heads.
Effective.
Joy.
Effective. Let me hear from the ladies.
Joy.
Yes. Effective.
I see the product.
I see Mama Peter and Mama Peter.
A product of a lot of investment. How many of you are investing in your spouses for you to have? Because you are going to be very lonely in retirement if you are not already doing it. How many of you? You see, so some of you, and I can tell you because I've done this for over 15 years, your wife are waiting for you to leave that uniform. That's the reality. And come home, they will show you where. So one of the things you need to begin to think about is, how do you want to live in peace? You know, you can be the best soldier, you can be the best businessman, you can be the best career person. But if you don't have happiness in your old age, that's why they say old age is regret. You will have a lot of time, nothing to do, so you will have time to think a lot. And you will be thinking of where you have missed it. But if you have a partner that you can share with, why are you looking at me? I'm not talking about you now. Why you take my eye? But I they look me. Yeah, I'm touching the main part of what you are thinking, Abi. So, towards a purposeful retirement, one of the things I expected you to have told me is that not all retirements are purposeful. You will have seen some of your colleagues, maybe they didn't make staff college and they drop out as major and colonel, and when you see them today, you will be very unhappy. Let's share experiences, because this is an experience sharing class. How many of you have seen some of the boys you were in Zaria 40 years ago? I'll share an experience for you. I used to work in a multinational company. And I worked in a company where in the 80s, I would use a 504, a driver, because I was a northern regional manager. I had a car in Lagos, my family was in Lagos, my office was in Kano, I covered the whole of the north. So I had another official car, so I had 2 official cars. I will use the car for 3 years. They will give it to me, write it off, and buy another car. That was when Nigeria was good. Now, I shared an office in VI with a colleague of mine who made a first class in engineering from Unilab. He did a master's in structural engineering. He's a structural engineer. I saw him a couple of years back, and I told my driver to park. He wasn't looking too well, and I greeted him. Oh, Bode, how are you? How, you know, the usual thing. And he looked at me and said, Ade, Oshini Motoni, that is, Ade, you still have a car? I'm going to touch raw nerves. So how many of you have seen some of your colleagues whose retirement is not so good? And how many of you have seen your colleague whose retirement is good? It can be either way for any of us. Some people invested wisely. They put the money in Savannah Bank. Savannah Bank went down. Everything they had went down with it. You cannot be too right. So I want us to share the good experiences, the bad experiences, and it can happen to the best of us. If you bought your house in, where was it they had the fire accident yesterday in America? Hawaii. You know, some Nigerians have homes in Hawaii. Those homes are gone now. It's part of their, they have a retirement home there. And it could happen to all of us. Why are our faces drawn? I haven't even started. Reality does come. But let's share experiences. How many of you have seen? I know somebody who retired from Union Bank. I don't know whether I'm at liberty to mention his name. Some of you may know him. I think I can mention his name. His name is Thomas Akinola. He retired as an executive director from Union Bank. When he became an AGM in the bank, there was a post in London for a GM, and people were lobbying for it. And he said, look, when I was coming up in my career, like in the army, one day I'm in Benin, from Benin they moved me to Agbo, from Agbo. So I never had the opportunity. Now that they brought me to Lagos, this is the opportunity for me to bond with my family. So he didn't lobby for it. So the bank management said, this man is amply qualified for this position. Let us leave all those who are lobbying. And then they posted him to represent Union Bank in London. And he was in London for about 5 or 6 years or so. That gave him the break of a lifetime. The house he was living in belonged to the bank. They were paying him in pounds. They were paying his children's school fees. So all his children graduated when he was there. His wife, out of nothing doing, went to do a master's degree. He was able to buy a house in London. And he was planning to come home to retire. But as fortune will have it, he got home. They promoted him as executive director. They said he should move to Ikoyi. He said, lie. I'm going to. So they had to pay him his rent. That's the kind of retirement I want. As executive director, he was retiring. All his children were graduates. They were placed in good jobs. So I've given you 2 experiences I want us to share. Adult learning experience.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
This particular one struck me big. My good friend married into this family. The man was at the top of his career back home. I think they call them, they're a foreign company, British I believe, rose to be the DMD. I remember vividly going to get married 2001. We spent about 5 million that time in just on refreshment. I was like, wow, I can't forget. Retired some years later, and he decided to go into his own business. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. This is somebody who, like you said, cars were changed every year. There was a time they were going to give him a car gift, and he was like, no, I don't want the car, give me money. So, practically, I saw wealth with him. But after retirement, started his own business. He couldn't succeed in it. This is someone who rose with DMD in multinational. Couldn't succeed in his own business. And the next thing I knew, this guy was living from hand to mouth. And wow, it got me thinking then. I'm still pondering about it. The question I asked myself is, how come he succeeded doing another man's job and he could not succeed in doing this?
I will answer that question for you. But what lessons did you learn from that? What lessons should we learn from it? I will answer your question for you.
Well, I didn't really learn lessons, but many questions came up. I will tell you, a lot of questions came up for
Okay,
me.
what are the questions you ask yourself?
Yeah.
Those are the lessons.
One, what could have gone wrong? Two,
Sorry, whatever can go wrong, can go wrong. Anything can go wrong at any point in time.
so let me give an example.
No, let me answer your question because it's a learning thing for all of us. I have a friend. No, you will answer your questions.
Yes, sir.
I have a friend. He was an MD, he's retired now, of a publicly quoted company. By the time he was leaving, he thought he was made for life because he had everything planned. His mother-in-law had cancer and they were spending 900,000 every month and the bill was on him. By the time the woman died, his egg nest was gone. So anything can go wrong. Now to answer your question, in the army, you don't take decisions. Well, you take decisions on certain parameters. The rules are there. You know how far you can go and where you shouldn't go. That applies in the multinationals. They don't take decisions. There are policies, there are processes, there are systems, and you just follow it. It's rote. So when you come out, it's the real world. You wake up in the morning, when you are there, at that level. Personal experience. I work for a multinational company. Please sit down. When I was transferred to Kano, the company put me in a company house which is on 1 acre.
Yeah, I guess national GRA.
You are right. 1 acre. I had 2 day guards, 3 day guards, 3 night guards. There's no way I can pay for that in my salary. I had a car and a driver in Lagos. I had a car and driver in Kano. I had a steward, I had a cook. Now if I leave that job, what is going to become of me? I'm going to go into penury. Because that's my lifestyle. And it takes a bit of time to change. Okay, you are going to learn to polish your shoe. Somebody is polishing it for you now. You are going to learn to iron your clothes. In fact, you are going to learn to wear mufti. Because you are used to wearing uniform every day. And you won't have enough.
I'm going to learn to shine shoes.
Yes, sir. Just start there now, just liquid just start.
So those are the realities. I have a friend who retired as a GOC, Biodun Role.
Biodun had to come back to us to learn how to be a civilian. He is a complete civilian today. He's the president of Rotary Club of Lagos, the biggest Rotary Club. But he learned. When I'm going to do, I can call him to confirm. When I'm going to do pre-retirement training for Chevron, he will beg me, Rev, Shemoli Teleni. He will sit down in class. So you have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So, sir, in Kano, my father did not tell me he was coming. I just saw him, airport taxi, parked in front of my house. Daddy, why are you here? Come inside. He said, I'm not coming in. He's pretty enlightened. He said, don't get used to this nonsense. Don't get used to this nonsense. Don't get used to this nonsense. Because you can never afford it. And he said, do you know what killed my friend? I said he was retired. He said no, he was during the Muritala Mohammed thing. He was a permanent secretary. You know when that was the time of everybody was sent away. And the man was living in Ikoyi. He has a house in Surulere that he has rented out. So he had to go and live at Akomojo. And there was a mosque next to his house. And it was during Ramadan. And 4 a.m., they would call. And the man could not sleep. His blood pressure went up. He had a stroke. He died from the stroke. I don't know whether I'm making sense. Sir? Perfect sense. Monetize it according to federal government policy. So, I mean, there has to be a paradigm shift. It is not all that glitters that is gold. So, what went wrong was that the multinationals, they make decisions for you there. The MD of Mobil, the MD of Chevron in Nigeria cannot make decision. The decision for Shell is made at the Hague. They package it, they tell you what to do, and you do it, and you have support. So you are a bright star until you go out to manage your own. And then you realize that you are not bright, you are dull. In fact, you are the dullest.
No structure.
Exactly.
Structure.
Evolving a structure is one of the most difficult things.
Yeah.
And in this environment, a few months ago, my wife went to visit her children. And I told her, I'm very prudent too. I will tell them to put the generator at 7. By 10 o'clock, they will switch it off compulsorily. And he said, don't go and kill yourself. Oh. He said, you know, most stroke happen late in the evening and in the early hours of the morning. But we will continue to pray to have it. Because if you go and have stroke, they will put it on during the day. Or if you die, people will come and visit us. And we will put on the generator. So just enjoy the generator, sleep well, so that you don't go and kill yourself. I don't shake your head. You are not agreeing with me, you are only shaking your head. No, some realities we just frustrate. Now, can I start the class?
So when I leave the light on, she will complain. I said, I'd leave the light on.
And because you are not paying the bill now. Not you. Other people's money. She has retired. She is better experienced or wiser than you in that sphere. Because what used to come in is no longer coming in. So she's adjusting to her.
So that's reality.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to contribute to this, maybe to just buttress what you said. But some of us, after NMS, this rude shock happened. Let me share one experience I had. I went to campus and then a lecture is going on and then somebody just walks in very late and just puts up his hand like this and walks in. I look lecturer. This boy is late now.
If he was an instructor.
He can't even try it. He didn't even take permission to join up. He just walked in. I felt like going to slap the guy. So it's one has to consciously unlearn some of this. Yeah. And get to know that you don't shout on the other person because he's stepped on our toe. That one is very, very we are very flammable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Retirement is a significant life milestone in life, and as such, it needs forethought and planning. Retirement is a major milestone. We're talking on pre-retirement towards a purposeful, and we've discussed that not all retirements are purposeful, but we want people to think towards that which will be helpful to them in later life. It's a major milestone and you need to plan it. It just does not happen. You have had the saying, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Now, when we talk of retirement, I want you to write two things without thinking. What readily comes to your mind? You have your pad in front of you, sir. You are going to tell me what you've written. When you think of retirement, or when you hear the word retirement, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Any volunteers? Yes, sir.
Time. Exactly.
What you do at home?
Time. You now find yourself.
You have a lot of time in your hand. What do you do with the time?
Rest.
All right? Yes. Rest. Who said rest?
Yes.
You said rest? Yes, sir. Huh? What does that mean, sir?
Yeah.
Fear of the unknown. All right?
Fear of income.
Cash flow. Cash flow. Great.
Health.
Health. Freedom from routines.
Faith.
Huh?
Faith.
Faith.
Freedom from control,
Relevance.
Action.
Madam, what comes to your mind? You're part of my class. The two of you. Retirement, what comes to your mind?
Focus on other things.
Huh?
Redirected focus.
Redirect focus. Yes, ma'am.
More time to spend with the family.
Small time to play. All right. In the
Okay. So I think most of these retirement issues is I think the policy in Nigeria is what causes this fear of making us unprepared for this venture.
It's the same thing all over the world.
Because by the time you are working, they will tell you can't do anything. Don't try to do anything. You are stealing to our time. So you are left unprepared and you think this day will not come. Until when that day arrives, that's when you begin to think. And that's why most people fail when they go into businesses, their own businesses, because they are unprepared. You didn't have any plan, no any idea. And Nigerians, based on our Nigerianness, once you come out, we see you as an ATM. We just want to flee on you and snatch whatever we can and leave you.
You are right up to an extent, but it's the same experience all over the world. Pension is failing not just in Nigeria, it's failing all over the world. In Europe, they are extending the retirement age. So we tend to think that the problem is us. The problem is systemic. We may need to change the world order.
I think
rather than think retirement as something that you're going home, you don't have anything to do, I see it as an opportunity to start something else. That people should be ready to transit into something else.
A new beginning.
A new beginning. So that takes away the fear.
The lecturer is a living example.
So,
Yes.
so for me,
You won't be doing what you're doing now.
I stopped working formally for anybody in 2013. So I was working with an oil and gas company. The project didn't go forward. And I got another job. It was for about 6 months. And I just thought, okay, I'm going to do something by myself. And so for what people are talking about retirement, I think nobody should be afraid of anything. Just think of it as moving on
Another phase of life.
Another phase of life. That's the way I see it.
Yes, that you are right. Yeah, you are right, sir. I've been retired maybe about 4 times. I've retired from different things. Yes, sir.
Sometimes we fail to begin to nurture a business while we're in service. Because I know that when you're nurturing a business, even when you're still in service, it gives you the understanding to know the ups and downs of that business. So that by the time you proceed on retirement, you would have already acquired the basic rudiments for that business and to help you to move on.
Thank you for your contribution, sir. All right.
Prepare that maneuver.
Sorry, sir, I'm going to have to just contribute one more thing.
Yeah,
I think another thing is that we must empower our spouses. Because, and I speak from experience, my father didn't allow my mom to do anything. And he was a retired general. And he came home, and there was nothing. There's nothing more traumatic for the wife, and with the children when there's nothing.
There was nothing.
From
grace to grass.
To right there, you fall flat. And the truth is this, it wasn't his fault.
He didn't know any better.
He didn't know any better.
Yeah.
But I think we know better. And for people who are not in good standing with their spouses, please try.
That's where I started from.
Please, because the truth is this. We're getting older. The body will not be as strong as it used to be. Our children are growing, and they are going to leave the house. And if you are not lucky and they are not settled, because the truth is we don't want to leave off our children either. We're very proud people. So if you don't, the time is now, to get it right with your spouse, empower them so that your retirement the transition is smoother. That's it for me.
Well, the earlier where we can do this for your men,
Thank you.
call me, I'll do it free.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I was trying to say something, sir. I was in,
And he was telling me about, why I should plan for retirement as a major. It didn't make sense to me.
That is the time to actually start.
Yes, because I feel there's need for conditioning. There's need for, it's a systemic thing, but there's need to make conscious effort that these things are
The reality of life.
Yeah, I brought together in our various organizations. Like Daffy said, it was no fault of his. But the military, I worked in the human resources department where, based on my dad's experience after retirement, I felt there was need for the army to look inwards.
Well, if you are positioned to do it, I will do it free. By the grace of God, I make enough money from the private sector, and that's why I'm able to give. My thinking is that, look, let me give back. That's why I'm able to keep this,
And it's very important, sir, so that we invite you to talk to various organizations, so that there's a sensitization of the personnel. They understand these things at an early stage.
I will do it. I'll do it. Important because it is a shock. It is a shock to you when you've been able to provide for your family at that level, and it gets to a state that you can't even buy bread. To some people, retirement is the end of the journey. It's like a sentence.
To others, it is a beginning of a new thing. And what you should do is, when you leave this room, to begin to think, what is next in my life? What? Different people come to this journey with different attitude and mindset. For some, retirement comes with illness. The thought of even retiring can send some people into depression. Some people have over-borrowed against their salaries. You know your mates, some of your high-ranking officers, but they've been living from one overdraft to the other, and then when they leave, the fear of what is coming next will set in, and that will lead to illness, poverty, loneliness. For most men, it's going to be tough. Because by the very nature of your job, some of you don't have good connectedness with your children. Now when you retire, then you want to be their friends. They are not ready for you. Once they're teenagers, they form their own lives. You are just their ATM. That is the honest truth. And their mother connive with them. When they want to take money, they don't go to your daddy now, he's annoyed too. Then when you see her sneak into their room in the morning, who are low and see? Go and ask him, now why are you shaking your head, sir?
I'm relating with what you're saying.
Who are low and see? You can go and ask him for whatever. He's just gotten his rent. Ask him now. Like it. Why are you they laugh, Yaya? Well, if you don't have that relationship with them, connect. But whatever relationship you cannot, don't compete with your wife. I tell men. What time frame do I have?
Very. Okay. 1 hour. Okay, we can still do it 1 hour. 1 hour.
Okay, thank you. Positive attitude is one of the foremost things you need to have a purposeful retirement. Now you are entering a time when it is your turn to be who you are, who you are, or what you have always wanted to be. Now, those of you went to, all of you went to Zaria and joined the army. You've never been your own person. You can get a signal in the middle of the night to go to Maiduguri at any time, especially when you are a junior officer.
Now Niger.
Pardon?
Niger now.
That's unlikely to happen. Our presidential pronouncement is for self-preservation. It's not in the interest of the nation or the region. Now, when you retire, you must be purposeful and plan. What do you really want to do? We have a friend, Chidi Ilo. Chidi is a friend. All his life, he said he wanted to be a primary school teacher. But he looked at the life of a teacher in Nigeria and he didn't do one. He then went to do accountancy, joined Ajib. He wrote to become an executive director in Ajib. When he retired from Ajib, what did he do? He lives in Ikoyi. He went to beg them at Corona that he just wants to teach primary school. So in the nursery school. So in the morning, he will wear his jeans, will use his money to buy toys and things. And if you see the man, he looks more younger than when he was in Ajib and in all the money. Why? Because that is what he wants to do. That is self-accomplishment. So in retirement, you can find something. It's not, you are not going to be doing it for the money, especially if you have planned your finances. Now is the opportunity to put yourself to any enterprise that you want to do. Retirement is one of the most important crossroads in life. It involves fundamental changes, one that calls for a new attitude and a new outlook. Yes, sir.
The interventions by Angola, by Ayo. So I'll be listening.
You are not you are with us online.
Yes, sir.
That's the beauty of COVID. Everything in life has a positive side.
Sir, but the first one that you said, I want you.
The first thing that I said.
The first point.
Yes,
the
sir.
first bullet point, sir. So I wanted to put a twist on it.
Okay.
A twist on it because I have a life example where we have to be. I think we have to be careful with the first one. Particularly when you give the example of your friend Chidi about doing something in retirement about what you like. I think there's a caveat to that.
All right.
I will say that, and I stand to be corrected, that ensure that you are doing what you like when you already have some level of insurance. Because
I think I put that caveat. I mean, that when you have planned your finances well.
Oh, exactly. Because I mean, my dad is a very good example. My dad has been farming for almost 30, 40 years. But I always tell my father that it's a hobby and it's not a business.
Yeah.
Because he is always giving out everything. And so he's never making profit. And so he's always the thing account doesn't balance. So I mean, sorry, I didn't pick that part. And it was not that part that I said that sometimes
caveat. I put that caveat.
Okay, so
your dad is like me. My wife says I can never make money and I can never be rich. But I thank God I'm comfortable. Because I give away. I'm contented. I'm contented. You know, I saw my younger brother yesterday and I said to him, if there is anybody who is to be thanking God, it's me. If I have children in university in England now, I will run mad. Not even depression, I will run mad. Because I remember when I needed to pay one fees and the money was not coming in. I planned well, but like we were saying, life happens. Something can go wrong. I teach for Chevron pre-retirement training July almost every year. They give them, they know the account of the children, they'll send money to them. So I did the training. They were supposed to pay, they didn't pay on time because they were changing the accounting processes and system. September did not come in until April the following year.
That's serious.
That's my job.
And I was losing weight like my brother. What's your name? You, sir. I think we need to stretch ourselves. How many of us did twist when we were younger? Move away from your chair. You see, you need that. Yeah, twist. All right. All right, we're going to sing and dance. Gentlemen, boys, sing after me. Every single cell in my body is happy.
Every single cell in my body is happy.
Every single cell in my body is well.
Every single cell in my body is well.
Every single cell in my body is happy.
Every single cell in my body is happy.
Every single cell in my body is well.
Every single cell in my body is well.
I can tell that every single cell.
I can tell that every single cell
in my body is happy and well.
in my body is happy and well.
I can tell that every single cell.
I can tell that every single cell
In my body is happy and well.
in my body is happy and
Now we know the song, we're going to clap our hands and loosen up, okay?
1, 2, go.
Who am
I
I?
am well and my body is well. Every single cell in my body is
Alright, let's do it. 1, 2, go.
Every single cell in my body is happy. Every single cell in my body is well. Every single cell in my body is happy. Every single cell in my body is well. I can tell that every single cell in my body is happy and well. I can tell that every single cell in my body is happy and well.
One of the things that is problematic about retirement planning is uncertainties. How do you balance what you have to stretch you a lifetime? Supposing you plan to live to 80 and you plan your investment till 80, and God now bless you like Akitola Williams, who was 104 day before yesterday. There is a level of uncertainty that is. The other is that your investment. We talked about the dollar. A couple of months ago, the dollar was $4.35. Yesterday, it was $9.60. How do you plan in such an environment? Uncertainty or no uncertainty, it is advisable you plan. You plan for yourself, you plan for your spouse, you plan for your children. In fact, your generation, the one slightly after mine, some of you are unfortunate, you plan for your grandchildren because some children are not having job to do. They will be struggling with you with your cars. Yes. And then, if it's your daughter that is married to a man who can't keep, she will come home almost every weekend. Ma, am I making sense? To come and pack Gary rice from the house. And then they will come and say, Daddy, our money will lose school. At least school, one the first exam, one till one daddy. It's the reality of our times. And that's why all these children are Japan. Unfortunately, what's in Japan? They're coming back because things are tougher in some of the realms there than even here. Oh, this is interesting. I want you to please watch this.
Everyone says you have to get ready to retire financially. And of course you do. But what they don't tell you is that you also have to get ready psychologically. Who knew? But it's important for a couple of reasons. First, 10,000 North Americans will retire today and every day for the next 10 to 15 years. This is a retirement tsunami. And when these folks come crashing onto the beach, a lot of them are going to feel like fish out of water without a clue as to what to expect. Secondly, it's important because there is a very good chance that you... So it's important for a couple of reasons. First, 10,000 North Americans will retire today and every day for the next 10 to 15 years. This is a retirement tsunami. And when these folks come crashing onto the beach, a lot of them are going to feel like fish out of water without a clue as to what to expect. Secondly, it's important because there is a very good chance that you will live 1/3 of your life in retirement. So it's important that you have a heads up to the fact that there will be significant psychological changes and challenges that come with it. I belong to a walking group that meets early 3 mornings a week. Our primary goal is to put 10,000 steps on our Fitbits, and then we go for coffee and cinnamon buns, more importantly. So we've got in the habit of, as we walk, we've got in the habit of choosing a topic for discussion. And one day the topic was, how do you squeeze all the juice on to the next topic? But the question stayed with me because I was really having some challenges with retirement. I was busy enough, but I really didn't feel that I was doing very much that was significant or important. I was really struggling. I thought I had a pretty good idea of what success looked like in a working career, but when it came to retirement, it was fuzzier for me. So I decided to dig deeper, and what I discovered was that much of the material on retirement focuses on the financial and or the estate side of things, and of course they're both important, but just not what I was looking for. So I interviewed dozens and dozens of retirees, and I asked them the question, how do you squeeze all the juice out of retirement? What I discovered was that there is a framework that can help make sense of it all, and that's what I want to share with you today. You see, there are 4 distinct phases that most of us move through in retirement. And as you'll see, it's not always a smooth ride. In the next few minutes, you'll recognize which phase you're in if you're retired, and if you're not, you'll have a better idea of what to expect when that time comes. And that's just what it's like. You wake up when you want, you do what you want all day, and the best part is that there is no set routine. For most people, phase 1 represents their view of an ideal retirement. Relaxing, fun in the sun, freedom, baby. And for most folks, phase 1 lasts for about a year or so. And then, strangely, it begins to lose its luster. We begin to feel a bit bored. We actually miss our routine. Something in us seems to need one. And we ask ourselves, is that all there is to retirement? Phase 2 is when we feel loss and we feel lost. Phase 2 is when we lose the big 5, significant losses, all associated with retirement. We lose that routine. We lose a sense of identity. We lose many of the relationships we had established at work. We lose a sense of purpose, and for some people there is a loss of power. Now, we don't see these things coming. We didn't see these losses coming, and because they happen all at once, it's like poof, gone. It's traumatic. Phase 2 is also when we come face to face with the 3 Ds. Divorce, depression, and decline, both physical and mental. You see, before we can appreciate and enjoy some of the positive aspects associated with phase 3 and 4, you are going to, in phase 2, feel fear, anxiety, and quite even depression. Fortunately, at some point, most of us say to ourselves, hey, can't go on like this. I don't want to spend the rest of my life, perhaps 30 years, feeling like this. Ask ourselves, how can I make my life meaningful again? How can I contribute? The answer often is to do things that you love to do and do really well. But phase 3 can also deliver some disappointment and failure. For example, I spent a couple of years serving on a condo board until I finally got tired of being yelled at. You see, one year, the board decided that we were going to plant daffodils rather than the traditional daisies. And we got yelled at. It all went nowhere. I love to write. So I created a program called Getting Started on Your Memoirs. That program has met with limited success. It's been a rocky road for me too, and I told you to buckle up. Now I know all this can sound bad, but it's really important to keep trying and experimenting with different activities that'll make you want to get up in the morning again, because if you don't, there's a real good chance of slipping back into phase 2, feeling. All this can sound bad, but it's really important to keep trying and experimenting with different activities that'll make you want to get up in the morning again, because if you don't, there's a real good chance of slipping back into phase 2, feeling like you've been hit by a bus, and that is not a happy prospect. Not everyone breaks through to phase 4, but those who do are some of the happiest people I have ever met. Phase 4 is a time to reinvent and rewire. But phase 4 involves answering some tough questions too. Like, what's the purpose here? What's my mission? How can I squeeze all the juice out of retirement? You see, it's important that we find activities that are meaningful to us and that give us a sense of accomplishment. And my experience is that it almost always involves service to others. Maybe it's helping a charity that you care about. Maybe you'll be like the old coots. Yeah, these folks took a booth in the local farmers market and were prepared to give their advice based on their vast years of experience to anyone who came by. Or maybe you'll be like my friend Bill. I met Bill a few years ago in a 55-plus activity group. In the summer, we golf together and walk together and bicycle together. In the winter, we curl. But Bill had this idea that we should exercise our brains as well. He believed that there was a tremendous pool of expertise and experience in our group. And so he approached a number of folks and asked if they would volunteer to teach some of the things that they love to do to others. And almost invariably, they agreed. Bill himself taught 2 sessions, one on iPads and one on iPhones, because we were smart enough to know that a number of our members had been given these things as gifts at Christmas by their children, and that they barely knew how to turn them on. Right? The first year, we offered 9 programs, and there were 200 folks signed up. The next year, that number expanded to 45 programs with over 700 folks participating. And the following year, we offered Mahjong. They taught us to paint. They taught us to repair our bicycles. We tutored and mentored local school kids. We set up English as a second language programs for newcomers. We had book clubs. We had film clubs. We even had a few golf clubs. Exhausting, but exhilarating. That's what's possible in phase 4. And do you remember the 5 losses that we talked about in phase 2, loss of our routine and identity and relationships and purpose and power. In phase 4, these are all recovered. It is magic to see. Magic. So, I urge you to enjoy your vacation in phase 1. Be prepared for the losses in phase 2. You can in phase 3 and squeeze all the juice out of retirement in phase 4.
All right, what lessons have we learned from that tape? Drinking juice.
I think it's retirement. From what we've heard from the short story given there, it's a bumpy ride. It's a very bumpy ride ahead, and we should be prepared to go through these, let's say, ups and downs as we go into retirement.
You need to know that as life is in phases, retirement is in phases. Retirement is another phase of life. Phase 1 is your holiday. You will have the routines that you have been doing all over the years. You are going to get away from it. Phase 2 is fraught with uncertainty. Phase 3 entails losses. Phase 4 is where you start getting the benefit of retirement. How can you, and you have the benefit of what most people don't know. How can you shorten phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, do your hop, step, and jump, and then get into phase 4? And it is doable. It is by forethought. It is by planning. It is by being intentional. Yes, sir.
No, you were asking about what
the lessons from the thing. Yeah.
For me, it's not. I would have called it a lesson too, because I'm presently in phase 3.
You are in phase 3.
Yes, and yeah, I'm trying all kinds of new things, trying all sorts now that I would never have done
if you were in service.
Yes.
So this one likes money too much.
Soft life, not money, soft life.
Well, if he's in phase 3, I want to know him, not the man in phase 2. But in our own days, phase 2 was disco. Can you remember that?
Phase 2. I was just wondering, and that's part of what I wanted to say. Let's not use him as an example, because he retired early. Now, let's say it's
Let me just tell you something. The pen in his pocket gives away a lot about him.
Even his
No. The pen.
bald head.
No, just the pen in his pocket gives away. Now he's hiding his face.
Whatever he does, he's doing. No, so my point is this. Let's say we use the Nigerian civil service, and then let's say the university, where you're allowed to get to 70. These phrases.
You're allowed to get to 70 if you're a professor.
Yeah, as a professor, yeah. So, others is 65. Anyway, let's even say 65. These phases.
Let's
get to where you're now. Let's now say
30 years or 60, because that's the average.
Now, I'm thinking now, that stage of trial and error, the energy might not be there if you're not prepared for it. The know-how, you might not even have, some people actually leverage on the younger people around who are ready to, you might have the capital, they might have the ideas. That. So I think that particular part, that stage of trial and error, it might be too late to.
It can be slippery.
Yeah.
It can be very, very slippery. Especially in a very volatile socio-economic environment like ours. It can be very slippery. But the only way to prevent it is to plan. You have a plan, your actual thing, but you must have a plan B and a C
there must be a fallback position. In this environment, if you don't have your contingency plan, you can't be too wise. You just cannot be too wise. I mean, all of us, let's go to real life scenario. I know somebody who is a multi-millionaire. During that currency exchange program, I gave him 5,000 naira, and it was almost frustrating for me. Because you have money you can't access. Yes, sir.
A couple of things about retirement.
They said it's by the car and it's very bank.
A couple of things about retirement. Number one is the loss of power and influence can be really short. Even when you have all the money. That thing about suddenly nobody's at your beck and call.
We talked about that.
So I think that itself is extremely traumatic. I know somebody who retired and he used to have an average of about 450 calls a day. And he dropped to 30 within 2-3 weeks. And by the second, third month, he was barely being able to get in the 5 calls. So moving from the center of attraction out is very, very traumatic. And I don't think there's any way you can really plan for that.
You can. I've just told, what did I tell you, sir? Before you came. I said you should go and learn how to polish his shoe.
How was that?
It's true. You won't have a bathman again. That's the lowest thing you can do.
Sometimes you don't even have a choice sometimes.
I know.
So, and by the way, this is for our colleagues in the military. You know, you can think about it from when you're a child, when we are 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds entering the military school. These things are literally built in you institutionally. You have never seen anything outside that.
It is socialization, it is culturalization.
Correct.
That's the only way you can. We talked about it. I said to them, they have to unlearn and relearn. And I gave the example of the Major General who is my friend. When I'm going to train like this, the man will be begging me to carry my bag. And he's a Major General. He's completely a civil man now. He's able to do that because the bulk of his career, I'm sure he will have taught some of you. Major General Bill orientate completely. He's a civilian today. He's the president of Lagos Rotary Club. You just must learn if you want to live. Some vital questions that I want us to reflect and talk about. Let me tell you that I've not even started the training home. We're just dealing with the preambles now. How will you handle not having to work? You came into NMS at a very early age, some 10, some 9, some 12. And you work till you are 60. You've given 45 to 50 years of your life to roads and routines, and then all of a sudden is no longer there. You need to begin to think now. How will you cope with that? I gave an example of an officer who retired, took his bath, wore his uniform until his wife told him that, where are you going? Because he wore his uniform and I said, where are these boys? Which boy again? I mean, are you day house now? There are no boys again. That's the reality of life. You want the boy, you employ them and you pay. And you can't pay from your pockets. Why are you shaking your head, General? That's the reality. Enjoy it while it lasts. How many months do you have left? Yes. Ah, okay. But start disengaging. Even years and months. If we go Niger in a month, because the dynamics are more rapid and faster. So how will you spend your time? Now, you have your social groups. One of the things that kept that man going was that he had a social group. They go for their morning walk. Not only did they go for walk every morning, they will do tea. Have your support group.
have your support group, your classmates.
We found one already.
Eh?
We found one.
No, this one is not, well, you need more. Because you are going to have plenty of time. I have a set of friends, we grew up together. Once in a month, we'll go out for lunch. And that lunch is from about 11 to 6. Because it's not about the food, we are gisting. And then occasionally we'll say everybody should bring their wives. Go back and make amends with that woman that you have been bullying at home. You need her more than she needs you in retirement. So please try and maintain your social contact. Especially, you see, friends that you grew up with, they know you when you're a nobody. So there's no pretenses. A lot of the people that met you when you are already on the ascendancy, they are not your friends, they are your associates. How much income will you need in retirement? That I will tell you, you don't need much in retirement. Are you psychologically ready? Should I consider semi-retirement or a second career? There's a lot you can still do when you have health. And when you are in service, you do not know your strength. When you go out and start talking to people, that's when you will know your strength and what contribution you can yet make to society. Some of you can do what I'm doing now and even do it better. If I do 4 of this in a year, average of 3 million, I don't need more to live. And some of you can do even better than I do because of the experiences you have had. What impact will retirement have on your family? I've said that. You didn't have a relationship with your children when they are growing up. When you are retired and you don't have anything to do, you are now calling them, hey, what are you doing? Why are you? Don't stress them, because you will only push them further from yourselves. Now we are starting towards a purposeful retirement. Number 1, assess, realistically assess your current position. Start from your health. What are the health challenges you have? Read about them. Find out how you can. There's virtually no death sentence in health again. Health can be managed. Am I right, sir, doctor? Once you know what the condition is and you are disciplined enough to follow instructions, you can live long. So, what finances will you need? And when I say finances, it goes beyond money. Your investment portfolio must be very diversified. Stock and bonds. I will always advise you to use, in everything you do, use professional. It's always cheaper. You buy property, do a proper search. In Lagos, there are houses, one house has 4 CFO. We are buying shares. We are only speculating. We are not investors. There's a difference between a speculator and an investor, even for your properties. A lot of us are just speculating. The houses in Lekki, on the long run, will become liabilities.
Why?
It's below water level. There is only one road to Lekki. When they start the refinery, it's going to be a problem. Those roads are not constructed to carry trucks, and trucks will be going there. It will collapse. A few years ago, it rained. Chevron had to tell all of his staff not to come to work. One rain. Why? Make comfort and security your priority. Number 2, make comfort and security your priority in retirement. It may be organized for you, but comfort and security should be priority. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, there's this elderly couple in our church in Ikeja, Finding Memorial. They know I do this. And then the man said, come and see me. So I went and he said, he's retiring, blah, 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 blah. So then I said to him, sir, retire to your house in Ikeja. Let out this house in Lagos, in Ikeja, GRA. If you live in GRA, your house in Ijebu will be a cost center. You are either just going to be keeping it, you will have to put security there, may guard there, and then you put family in the boys' quarters, and they will misuse your property. So retire. I said, why? And I said, you see, what you will get in rent, Ijebu will be a cost center for you. Ikeja will be a financial boom to you. Because minimally you will get 5 million naira a month in rent, a year in rent then, way back. So the man called his wife and said they were retiring in Ijebu. And the woman didn't talk to me for years. The man is a stubborn man because the woman said he wasn't going to Ijebu. So the man didn't say anything. If you don't want to go to Ijebu, then don't go to Ijebu. So he went, did up the house in Ijebu, and told his wife that I have collected rent too. And the people will be coming to take over the house at the mountain. So if you don't want to go with me, you either go to one of your children or you find somewhere to go. So, I mean, nobody likes to change that way. And the man said, look, if you want to come to Lagos every day, I will buy you a brand new car, employ a driver for you, and then you can come to Lagos. But I have collected rent, and me, I'm going to Ijebu on social days. So the woman didn't talk to me for years. When I greet her in church, when I see her, she will just... So one day she called me. This woman that has not, I thought, what trouble have I entered again? She said, you know what? That advice you gave us is the best. He said, since you gave us that advice, when we collect our rent, we are able to travel every year to go and see our children because we just buy our ticket. My husband will divide the money, give me my own, and so that's what we've been living in. They didn't pay his pension, and they didn't pay mine. If that one was not there, how will we have survived? So she said, that was the best advice. And I said, thank you, ma'am. But at the point I gave that advice, I was our worst enemy. So, security and comfort, number 2. Number 3, assess your retirement risk. Then you need to be, part of your risk is inflation. A couple of months ago, inflation in this country was about 16-17%. Today is about 26%, and it's still going up, especially food. I was discussing with somebody yesterday. He was happy because all the roads are free, because people are not coming out. And I said, you don't know the implication. That it means the economy has collapsed. The social implication is very grievous. Those people staying in their homes, when they don't have food, they will come back on the road. And when they come back on the road, they are coming with vengeance. Now, you are looking at life expectancy. All of us here are likely to live longer. because of we have doctors, we have modern medicine. I believe we all, hey, if you are not doing it, collectively, please put this in your program. Subject your members to annual medical checkup. If you are not already doing it, subject your members annually, every one of them. Make it voluntary, but make it available. If you do it in bulk, it comes to about 30,000, 40,000. The cure is doing it now. It means you can do it cheaper. If cancer is caught at the early stages, you can still live long. But when it gets to stage 3, stage 4, it's even more expensive to deal with. Number 4, determine your retirement lifestyle. Now, your income, no matter what, even if you are a businessman, as your energy level decreases as a result of age and other factors, your income will also go down. Yes, sir.
So I just want to make a comment or ask a question concerning the last statement that you made about women. You know, that even when you know you are lying.
I didn't say that.
But tell them, even if you don't believe, maybe you are saying that to convince them.
No, I said somebody said that.
Okay. Now, if you do that, and you know within yourself that it's not the truth, but you're lying, won't that have an effect?
It will.
Well, that's the question.
Oh, okay. Well,
and if it has an effect, how do you manage that?
The best thing is, when you pay compliment, let it be truthful. Let it be truthful and let it be believable. And for it to be truthful and believable, you must believe it. But, you know, women love compliment. Do things that are extraordinary, and it doesn't cost much to please them. Buy your wife a perfume. Every one of you, buy a good, I don't say just buy one perfume on the road. When you are going home from here, if your wife is here, don't buy perfume for her. Or you want them to buy for you, man? Buy a bottle of good perfume for your wife when you are going home. Imagine your physical self 10 years from now. Imagine your spouse. Visualize your children. What will be their position in life? You are not doing what I asked you to do, sir. 10 years, your 10 years is on your phone. All right. What kind of environment do you desire? All of us will be retired then. I am already retired anyway. Where do you desire to live at? What kind of neighborhood? Imagine it. What kind of house? By the way, you don't need any big house in retirement. You don't need more than a 3-bedroom bungalow. So if you have those big houses now, you may need to step down, sell them, get somewhere decent, something decent, moderate, because your children will have been gone. Invest the money. Those houses, if they're so big, will become a liability to you in the old age. Your guest room downstairs may end up being your bedroom. And then you find that maybe 2 times in a year is when you go up because of arthritis and other debilitating diseases. So if you have those houses now, and your children are exiting the house, what is your position now and 10 years? What is your ideal retirement situation? The question is, or the important thing is, how do you begin to bridge the gap? I've just given an example. You have 3 cars in your house, you don't need them. Because they are already a liability in the current economy. So this is a situation where small is beautiful, small is functional. Because you can then use those extras to invest in your future. Please sit down. Some may want to share their, with your permission. Number 6, I've said it. For now, your risk threshold is low. So whatever you want to do, consult a professional. Your risk threshold is low. Whatever you want to do now, consult and use professionals. I'll give you an example. Something happened in our larger family when my father was about 80, in his 80s then. And it was something that I found offensive. So I started nudging him. Daddy, don't take this. You must do something. The man just ignored me. Daddy, don't take this. I started pressuring him. One day he just said, oh, stop pushing me. That at my age, I can't afford to make a mistake. If I make a mistake, I may not get the opportunity to correct it before I go to my grave. You can do that, knowing that you still have some years ahead of you. And that should be your philosophy. For investment, your risk threshold is low. If anything traumatic or shocking happens to you now, it can take your life. And it's even better for it to take your life than for it to give you stroke. So, whatever you want to do, only take calculated risk. Use professionals. If you are owing, please pay off all your debts. Pay off all your debts as much as humanly possible. And the way to pay off debt is those ones that are attracting high commercial, those ones are the ones you quickly pay off. The ones you borrow from your friends, you can always talk to them and say, Omo, for me time, please understand me. I don't deal with late comers, sir.
Of your list of debts. So if you had like 100 naira and you had 1,000 naira, you try to close out that 100 naira very quickly so that you reduce the number of debts you had.
Well, these things are situational.
Okay.
You want to, in fact, when I say don't pay your friends, if your integrity is going to be at stake, you pay your friends first.
Okay.
So you have to situate it properly.
Okay.
But generally, pay off your commercial debt because every day they are. That's why I said that. Okay, thank you. By the grace of God, I'm 67. If I don't tell you, you won't know it. You can take a second career.
Sorry, from your pen and
Well, we have the same pen. So don't be a copycat. Choose affordable location for your, especially if you are going to be, don't go into all these service apartments. They will kill you. Those of you living in some of these estates. Because the cost of maintaining them can only go up, it can't go down. And your own income will go down as you age. Start making the transition for now. Retirement can be fun if you find your core competence and you do your core competence. I enjoy what I'm doing now. And I can do it if I have health until I'm 80. And I'm raising people who will do it after me. And then we will share the proceeds.
You're wonderful.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Can I have the last slide? Please.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
How is it possible to turn your purpose
The unpurposeful can become purposeful when you know that it is unpurposeful and there is a paradigm shift. You know, it all starts in the mind. And then the journey of 1,000 years starts from the first step. So if you know that you are doing something that is not going to end you well, you can change now and then face your true north, as we call it. Yeah.
And that could be possible by maybe seeking the advice of a professional.
Use professionals.
Thank you.
You know, you use a lawyer, you pay them 5 or 10% of the value of the property. You keep the property. You buy a property for 200 million, you then find that 4 people have C of O on the same property. You have a piece of paper and not a property. So instead of losing 200 million, pay the man is 20 million, have your house. And you may be lucky, some property in 2-3 years will have appreciated, and that 20 million. And then you spend so many years in court, or you will call Yemi and he will make money out of you as a mediator or an arbitrator. Yes, sir.
I probably think all of us have a way out of, but maybe just to share.
One or two people who may not.
Yes, no, and then even to share your own perspective, to hear your perspective on this. A lot of times going into retirement, you've spoken about how apprehensive we get, no matter how well prepared we are. But there is this challenge: how do you balance being selfish about protecting your future and then becoming what you are not, probably becoming a self-centered person? Because how do you get into the retirement and then everybody that you used to assist? No, I'm serious.
Very correct.
You stop.
Very correct.
Do you stop to assist them?
You
try to make them understand.
They will never understand.
How do you, sir? How have you? No, I think I should put this better, sir. How have you managed that? You know in your heart you want to, but you know that if you continue like this,
you are draining yourself.
You will soon join the other side.
You know, I keep telling you about my father. When we were young, he encouraged us to be very liberal with giving. But he also used to tell us, God rest his soul, that if a man falls in a well and you want to help him out, make sure you are well fed and you have the strength and the ability to pull him out. Because on the long run, if you fall, you are going to fall headlong. It's better off. It is standing. You are going to fall headlong into the well. Now, what I did was, some people, when I was an active salary job, I placed them on allowance. Before I left work, I had a one-to-one with them that Ishema to Tom, Ileya, Odun Maleu. That is, I'm soon going to leave work. So gradually I phased it out onto the point where I wasn't giving them anything again. You see, we have a sense of entitlement in this nation. We have a sense of entitlement. Self-care is not selfishness. Self-care is the first law of self-preservation. The same people that you are trying to help, when things get to the rock bottom, they will be the first to abuse you. Like, see your brother. So it can be like us. So the first thing is yourself, your family, and then others. Don't get on the deck. You can't help everybody in this environment. Especially, and it's getting worse. The number of, sometimes I don't go to the office. I have an office in Maryland. I don't go there because in a day, you will get about 5 people who are coming to beg. And I had to tell myself, if I keep doing this, I will also end up going to beg. And I don't want to beg. So I don't know whether I've answered your question. What I did was I started disengaging even before, so that by the time we someone can want to retire, retiring me now. And then I said my wife told me that I can never believe. Because when I see her, I don't know the number of children I'm paying their fees now. They are not even related to me. But do what you can, but not at the detriment of yourself, of your family. That will be my answer. Yes, sir.
Top life,
Top life.
Tender soaking, soft life. Drum major.
But when you ask where I see myself, I just need a soft life. I don't want more life. So from the little I've seen so far, you know, this thing about being an entrepreneur is all about your mindset, really. What advice would you have for those who might be interested in entrepreneurship after retirement? Crossing from that salary mindset, because it is huge. It is something you are not prepared for. From that salary mindset, some of us unfortunately were in positions where we were earning salaries that most businesses don't even make as profits in a month. So if you decide you're crossing from that realm into this area, I mean, what kind of advice would you give to prepare us for that kind of situation?
Look on the board. You are taking us into a completely different realms. This is what I'm going to be doing for Ajit on Thursday coming. That's the paper I'm presenting for them. Entrepreneurship, like you rightly said, is a mindset. Don't dabble into it if you don't have that mindset. Don't dabble, especially in an environment like ours. You will have to provide your own power. You will create your market. Human capital is the worst set anywhere in the world. They will kill you before your time. Especially if you've earned that kind of money you earn. Look for a wealth manager. Give them the money, let them take the risk.
It's no longer
Well, that's what you should have done then. You see, you give it to a wealth manager, they give you something every month or every year, and you live with it. I had a friend who is late now. He had a house in Magodo. You should know Venerable Kaka, Papa's friend. Papa will always tell you his story. When the man was 75, he overheard his children saying that it's a common thing now. Once the man died, we are going to sell the house. The man had them, he kept quiet. So he sold half of the property before he died. And he said, sorry, these are things that I'll try to interpret it in English, but you can't really get the import. So he sold half of the property. That before any child inherits me, I will also have inherited myself. So, and what did he do? Because he was a chartered accountant, he first went on a good holiday. When he came back, he had time to think. When he came back, he called them and said, my property that you want to sell, I've sold half of it. I will leave you half. But he was magnanimous. He gave them 5 million. And he placed the orders. and he had a standing order with his bank. Every Tuesday at 11 o'clock without fail. Every Tuesday, 11 o'clock without fail. He will be in his bank. They don't even, once they see him, they'll just put 50,000 naira. Every week, he takes 50,000. If he finishes spending that 50,000 that day, he will wait until the following Tuesday. If he doesn't finish it, in most cases he doesn't finish by Friday, he's a member of the Golf Club. He will go to the golf club, call his friends, buy him a shoe, they will drink wine and enjoy himself. You should have invested that money. Don't venture this. I'll share experiences with you. I have. Way back, I can't remember the exact years. Because I went to university in England, I went to school in England, I went to university in England, I went to England on a holiday. And one of my classmates, they have a family bakery. They've been in the bakery business since 18 something. So they were selling their bakery. And he sold that bakery to me at a giveaway price. The house I'm living in now will have been a bakery. I bought the bakery, the machinery, brought it to Nigeria, built where it was going to be. We were going to start installing the machines and the bandwidth. Government policy. The bandwidth. If I had gone to bank to borrow money to buy those equipment, I won't be standing here today. Now, I kept those machines that wheat cannot thrive like that in Nigeria. It was just a gimmick. And then rats started eating the wire to the machine because I kept them for about 3-4 years. I then went to, that machine is still in Cotonou today, making bread. One Lebanese man came to buy the machine. Immediately I sold the machine. The week I sold the machine, they unbanned wheat. So, government policy can ruin you. So don't go into entrepreneurship except you have the lion heart. It is not for everybody. The only reason why we call ourselves businessmen in this environment is because we get government patronage. If you are doing business in the real sense of it, nobody can survive this house. Dangote is not a businessman. He lives on patronage. It was the thing he sold to us at that refinery. The money he got from is more than what the worth of the. If they excise half of a papa pot for a man, or if you are the only one given license to bring rice to feed the whole Nigeria, you will be a Dangote. So don't. He's not a businessman. He's not.
He's not a role model.
It's not. I don't know about role modeling, but I know that he's not a businessman. Thank you very much, my guy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And I'll first of all say that I think this session has been fantastic, isn't it? Yeah. At least it got us thinking. Has gotten us thinking. Next thing is for us to act. I really liked that period of looking into 10 years, actually. It was very deep for me. I saw many things, actually. Like 10 different roads. I'll choose one by this night. After discussing with my better half. So, thank you, sir. We are very grateful for this. We can only pray that you continue to grow in what you love to do. Amen. And continue to succeed in it too. And bring us up. We're all your younger brothers. And if you see us, like now, you know IK and you know Yemi, if they are going astray, please pull their ears.
Those ones are already...
No, sir, just pull their ears.
Pull it well.
Pull the ear.
I will have to leave 99 sheep to go after the lost family.
All right, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir.
I'm very sincere.
Now, say cheese. Cheese. They see all of us.
But they see us for back.
Government no shit.
Say retirement.
Retirement.
Tired but not tired.
Yes,
Hey, boss villa.
10 years from now.
We set up boss
Alright, so are we?
Request direction. We request agreements in the mighty name of Jesus. Have your way in all our deliberations, so that at the end of the day, you are glorified, we are blessed, and we have a stronger Nms group in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll have somebody to pray in the Islamic way. I'm just saying that they are all in that square. FBI is let's go do Thank you. So we're all welcome to this year's meeting. We thank the Lord for the privilege to be around physically. I must say that I am very glad that at least we are seeing ourselves. Some people have not seen since Nms, but I thought there was nobody I had not seen until I came. And I'm sure that's the situation for many of us also. So, I mean, right, it's supposed to be a welcome address. 40 years. 40 years is a lot of years, isn't it? And that's when we started this journey. Because that's what brings us together. You know, when you say 40 years to your children, you say you're old, isn't it? I was very surprised that when my wife would say you're old. I wonder. But then, we thank God for everything that's happened. We have forged through, we are still forging through life. We had this lecture this morning that exposed us again, and I do hope that we have learned a thing or two. When we started to come together using whatever platform, whatever the means. What I wanted was for us to have the avenue to be able to discuss, at least let me interact, to now grow to something else. I must say that I'm glad that has happened. Yes, WhatsApp came on board and we used it. Thank God for Soku started that group. But the good thing is that we are interacting. Every year we are improving. So, even for those who are keeping away from the group, I don't know why I did it. I don't know. There are times I've tried to theorize in my head, and maybe it's because of our background of us all being male. And you know, males, there's going to be testosterone, and then there's the alpha male thing. You don't want your other person to look or seem to be more than you. But I don't think that should be the situation. Like I told Kaya this morning, we took our baths in those bathrooms. And we are not putting on underwear. Not so? Yes. So it's like playing to everybody. It's worse when you are not having a job. You forget who or what, where you're from. You know? When you are dodging and you meet dodgers, it's the same thing. So I will say that I thank you all for the camaraderie, the brotherhood. We have achieved a lot over the years, even over the past year. Sadly, we lost somebody, which, as we continue to go, whether we like it or not, is going to be our story. We have spent more years behind than what we have ahead. So we need to get prepared for even that. I'm thinking of a group where we know ourselves to the level of family, where our children will know themselves also. Some of these reunions we have are too far in between. We can have little ones where we live. Let our families get to know each other. You know? It does help. And that's really what we can actually help ourselves, I think. Let's not compete with each other. Please, that's my beg. That's my plea. Let's not compete with each other. God saw that it was not good that it was not good for man to be alone. That's why he created man. You know? Being alone, that means to me, you can't be alone in this world to succeed. Being a hermit itself is a psychological disorder. That just tells you how it is. And then we have this privilege of going through this period of time, this period of years, privilege of being trained the same way. And then we have different experiences in life up to now. We should be able to harness all of those together and forge forward. Well, we'll be having other discussions as we go. I say welcome to this meeting. Thank God for joining mercies. Glad to see each and every one of us. And well, welcome to a great meeting assuming that we're going to be having a great meeting. So thank you very much. We will not clap Then we did clap. Before we dive into that, let me tell you that most of the things there is possible we didn't do them. So, pardon us.
Are you issuing a disclaimer? You didn't post the last minute. Yes. What are you posting?
Sorry?
You have just posted. You post it now. Let's look at it.
No, she posted.
Right. We are taking the bill.
Yeah. Let's stand, please, and have a full minute silence in honor and memory of our brothers who have changed their address. the souls of our dearly beloved brothers gone before us rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
First of all, let's adopt the agenda. Isn't it?
No, just to make the That's why it needs to be posted.
I don't the agenda, and anybody can raise any other agenda is agenda.
Which one comes first? Is it agenda or?
Agenda. Agenda is the
Adopt the minutes.
Minutes of the general meeting and the 30th year reunion of Nms Reunion that is supposed to be Ex-Boys Association. The meeting was declared opened by ex-boy Bobby Phillips. The agenda was review of visit to NMS project, investment option, what next after 30 years, welfare, dues and levies. The president therefore thereafter declared the meeting open. Ex-boy Emmanuel Daniel gave a briefing on the House on the newly elected executive of the Ex-Boys Association. From that review, we were informed that the ESCO of the EXPA were requiring database from its set, list of proposed intervention projects by sets, establishing of a secretariat in NMS, donation of 50,000 per annum to the national body. It was agreed to set up a WhatsApp forum at that meeting, and May 20th was set aside as a national day for ex-boys. It was decided that there will be monthly meeting with the EXPA, ex-schools and NMS. State chapters of the EXPA, we have school chapters and the authorities, all chapters and sets to inform EXPA of the activities and guidelines what to be issued. The following observations were raised as a feedback to the review from the EXPA. It was raised that it was noted that nothing addressed the issue of accountability by the schools, nothing addressed the working duration of the tenure, and it was the question was raised of the purpose of the class. It was decided that a single logo, it was suggested that a single logo be adopted. It was suggested that experts should participate in the chapter and set meetings. Here that ends that for the review from the expert. So, ex-boy Andrew Dabdoon was asked to give a highlight of the visit to NMS, and from the interaction with the commandant, it was noted that there was a poor defense of high grades by NMS boys when they came to the academy. The current administration then had decided to stop the cultivation of high grades in WAEC. It has resulted in a dismal outing in the WAEC prior to that time. Factors responsible was identified as poor selection at entry level, no adherence to admission policy, quota, thin military instructors on the ground. The bulk of instructors were made up of corpers and civilian staff. Laboratories required refurbishment, the school required IC support. It was discovered from the interaction with the boys that none of them had the confidence that they would pass WAEC. Some insinuated that the school authorities assist them to participate in grades. On projects, it was suggested that we come up with a list of projects, identify the type and nature of project to support NMS with, and sorry about that, I'm just trying to summarize it without reading everything.
Yes, but is there a reason why we're not listening? Internet.
Lancelot was appointed to develop a concept document, putting in consideration all the observations raised and present to the school commandant for confirmation. It was to identify what projects we want to support the school with. A small committee was suggested by the president to put this document into proper shape and present to the House. Members included Expo Ikedi Chikanu, Expo Andrew Dadu, Expo Judah Banelo, Expo Larry Ayola. That report was supposed to be submitted 1 week from 22nd September 2018. Investment. It was mentioned that one of the suggestion was made that a cooperative should be developed. Some cooperative will have an affordable minimum standard of financial contribution. Cooperative was to provide a avenue for grant funding as a viable, safe investment option. Examples were given of where such things have worked, and it was suggested that the House adopt that model of cooperative as an investment option. An investment committee was formed to look into this and come back to the House. Chairman of that committee was Ikedi Chikano, members are Soka Ribolose and Jude Abandolo. Then we went on to AOB. We compiled all the list of, it was agreed that a comprehensive list of all members of NMS 83, 31st BOP be compiled, revitalize the NMS 83 Facebook page, encourage everyone to participate in the WhatsApp forum. Presidential award, 2 members of the group were given award for their unrelenting, invigorating, exciting and inclusive presence, involvement and engagement on the WhatsApp forum. And the awardees were Mohamed Nafuta and Thompson Oshuburu. The meeting was closed by prayer by ex-boy Yusuf Ibrahim Bujia. And that ends the minutes of it. Thank you.
We had one last day that was virtual, but that's not the minute for that. All right, so any comments, issues, contributions? Yeah?
Microphone, please.
The secretary for the report that you have shared with us. However, I think we should take it a little bit further. What is the level of implementation of some of these decisions that were reached? It would be good to know if they are outstanding that we need to carry over, or if they were completed or not, so that we will know how to move forward. I just wish to suggest that.
Before we
thank you.
That should come out as rising. So right now,
wait. We're looking at, are there any corrections in the minutes? When you're going to now, the matters are rising. So that will be the next one. So from the minutes now, are there any?
I don't think I'm somebody
Ex-boy, NMS 83, Nansak Shagaya. 887. Yes. D Company. Hereby move for the adoption of the minutes that was held on that day.
2018.
In 2018.
September, I think.
Okay.
All right.
September 2018, I so move.
Any second?
I, boy, I think elements in 369. Hereby second.
Each item, let's discuss it. There's the issue of the ID card. I don't know how, maybe FBI and Yemi from the National Expo, how far will the ID card go?
afternoon, President and ESCO and distinguished colleagues. You're all welcome to this August gathering in August. With respect to that ID card thing, it's still in the pipeline. And this pipeline has, I think it might be taken up by the next EXCO, which will be coming up from 24th or so, not 25th. There will be new elections for 26th, Saturday, back. Yes, there's POP. There will be new elections for the experts. So far we have started it, and, but the whole thing is probably will be reactivated by the next EXCO to come. I think that's any other. Let's go. Let's go. That's all right.
Yeah, I think that's it. Apart from there was that issue about dues.
Yes.
Sets and so. Well, we've been paying the dues. We've not paid for this year. But what we encouraged was that there were concerns from members as per accountability and transparency. So, yes, we'll be obedient so as not to rock the boat or the table too much. But we want there to be some accountability from the national end. So maybe this time, is it a yes or no? Accountability measures.
Yeah.
Because really it's a big concern to people. Yeah.
Comment.
Yeah.
Well, the new incoming people were a great time.
Well, it's not as if
they had a
the
collective
president
forum for all the states.
Yeah.
But I don't know the level of accountability.
It's not as if the present EXCO is showing any signs that are not accountable. But just that historically some things have happened.
Yes.
People are very wary. And even in some sets, some accountability stresses have happened.
Yeah. But to the best of my knowledge, for most of the projects that the project committee has done, they have listed out the names of people who donated and how the money was spent. Also, when they have BOQ, they post it up, everybody sees it. When there's sponsorship, they post it up, people see it. So if you're clearing out money that is not in that net that we didn't talk about, I don't know. But at least one that we have physically, I know it's open accounted for. Except the other money that nobody said. Even when they raise funds to help members, it is posted openly on TV. So I don't know.
Maybe what we should just push for is that those things should be set as standards. That should be the SOP for everything that happens. You know, a particular EXCO doing it does not mean that it's now this SOP. Alright, so how that has entered our units so that we can send this to HPA that these are recommendations. What's the next thing? We're even planning for this particular reunion this year. We thought about what things to do for us. You know, we've done a lot actually. And what we thought about, there was the first one of supporting the best boy in something. And we'll keep that going until the last person falls out from this earth. So that, but we have to decide best boy in what, and what is the thing we want to do. We'll discuss the next group, maybe something like a computer or a tablet actually, where to be branded and all of that. To be announced that this best boy so price is, you know the way they say every day a good also price for so and so. Now we there was 83 whatever that what POP price for what I plan across.
No, I don't get you what you don't have. Over the people who are eating already.
Okay. All right, so that's one. Then there was the need at that time for a resurfacing of the volleyball and basketball courts in NMS. which we reached out through Tamala. First of all, he said the commandant was not very fast enough. But then I discovered that another set had taken it up. The surfacing, so that's done. You can't hear? Ah. But this is working now.
It's working, but then it's right.
Oh, okay. That time of the day that my voice is sorry. All right.
That was used to using movie.
All right. Better, right?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. So well, you had the part about the tablets for and then the resurfacing of the volleyball court and the basketball court. That has been handled, was being handled by another set. I think Nms 2 also provided these interactive boards. Yeah.
This year?
Yeah, this year. So we'll think of something else to do, but I think that particular one should stand. The tablets for a best boy and so and so. What do we think? Any objections, any supporting? Show by hand. Slate G. What say you? Any thoughts?
What if tablet goes out of fashion? Agreement? My own question, what if the tablet goes out of fashion? What do we do with that?
Yeah, that will now revisit it now. We'll now revisit it.
A tablet for
every year.
Best boy.
Yeah. Let's say we say best boy in academics. Every year we provide that prize.
Okay, so why don't we fix the price?
I'm not fixing the price. Why don't we specify
10 years, and maybe for the next 10 years. Or 5 years, then we'll change.
I think what we are committing to is the price. The price.
The price.
Not
tablets.
What the item will be. For now, we are saying the item is a tablet. 2 years from now, we can change what it is. But that price still remains the price. That tied to price is still us.
Prize for the best students in physics.
Exactly, something like that.
Then we give it every year.
Yeah.
We are
one. Shaggy is one now, and I'm calling your name so that maybe you can interject correctly if I'm wrong. I think we should be careful about what we want to do, what is not budgeted for by the army. We should not take things that are the responsibilities of the commandant away from the commandant. Because what you are doing there is you are really not helping the school, you are helping an individual for what already has the budgetary value.
All right, thank you. What do we say? That's another point on the table. No? Why you want to speak?
No, I'm aligned with what he said. That was the reason I was asking.
Conflict of interest. Economic cannot second the motion by economic.
Conflict. See, we need red cards.
Conflict.
I support.
But
are you guys supporting wholly? He said many things.
The amendment.
He said many things. One, what do you want is the impact. That's why he's suggesting GS3. Now, if we are thinking of GS3, I think I want GS3 price or something that also across that will encourage them.
It can be the best result in they always do GS3 exams. Beckett or...
There will be science and arts.
You can give science. There's always going to be one overall student. The same way there's an overall best student in WAEC. It's the same, the final WAEC mirrors the Beckett. So somebody must, if we can afford best in arts, best in science, fine. Is it sustainable? I do not know. But there will always be an overall best in what they call it, either science or arts in the GSS exam. Is that right?
Speech and prize giving day. No, but they do for every class. Yeah. No teachers writing this for every, unless it's changed it to.
No, it's still the same thing, yes.
All right, that's it. So a best overall. Alright, so
Sorry, I want to fight for my successors.
Because some of us have been cheated in the past. We have Boa recent price, we have Boa Sokiti price, but there are 2 other prices that were never included. So maybe we can pick one of those prices. Because I noticed that there's an Okodaso price, and I want to believe that price is funded by maybe a kind of, yes, from that name. I don't want to believe that it's a school that, yes, I just believe that he probably has a kind of structure that, a foundation, yes, that supplies funding for that.
But then,
so they can be word Romanian price.
That's what I wanted to say. I don't see how we word Romanian price. I get what you're saying. I repeat it for you. Yeah, okay, so please, let's just see. We need to take a decision on this, but we need information, and I think clearly you have to help us get. Mackenzie is not here, so you are going to make a call. You can make that call. I'll make a call. Let's go. Maybe we can do it now, so that we can conclude on this and move on. But in the meantime, before that information comes, we'll move on and then talk to it. Yes, right.
Yes. And then, okay, Mr. Chairman, sir. I think what we should also do is that as we are proposing this gift, it must be something that will be relevant for the student. If you're going to keep that gift in school, you are giving him a what do you call it, a tablet. No. He's not going to be able to use it.
It's to go home with.
We need to look at that.
It's to go with. That's the essence.
Why would you keep a tablet in school?
Look, it's something that is supposed to use for his.
Drop it. You drop it.
They will submit it now.
Please give
But if you are specific.
The last person. I thought your hand was up. Okay. All right. So next issue when play comes.
I think what answer is saying is quite important.
Yeah, but that's
whatever gift you are giving, if it is
that's for the class now. It's his own. The person's recipient, it goes with it.
Okay.
That's why we're talking about every year. If it's that, there will be a new one. What?
Well, I think you don't get what NASDAQ is trying to say. What NASDAQ is trying to say is that whatever we're going to give the student should be what he can use in school, if I can get him, to motivate others to be seeing that, oh, this is what this guy was giving, so we can achieve our goal, which is to motivate others.
Yeah, we've not even decided which level.
No, I'm just saying, that's what NASDAQ is saying.
If we stick to the passing out guys, then it doesn't matter. Because they are going. But if we are going to GS3, then it matters.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Before we return to it, what's the next thing, please?
Next thing was the cooperative, and I think this was one of the ones we accomplished.
Fine, an investment group, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's ongoing. So for those who do not know, there's an investment group. I think there's some things that we should even know. So there's an investment group, and it has its own structure, which will encourage people to buy into. You want to, is MSD, you want to speak to that place, floor member.
We can give a summary.
We're trying to take more.
What investment do we have?
Well, they're not for now. We'll do that later.
Excuse me, sir. I would think it should be for now, sir. If we are under cooperative, then we should deal with it now. Because some of us are not in the know of what we're talking about. And if we're talking about the cooperative now, I think it's purposely to let us know.
Maybe 2-3 minutes. Let's just say what.
And then it should be.
Let's make it an AO, because actually that's part of our main statement.
Oh, okay.
Because it was a voluntary thing. some people came up and said, let's have an investment group.
We have
it was well publicized and all of that. Even various
It doesn't
times.
belong to this meeting.
No, it's those who are interested.
The closed group.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So then,
but if you want to join, speak to everyone.
that means we shouldn't have brought it up.
Yes. Oh no, it was in the minutes.
It was in the minutes.
All right, so it's back with the hello, order, please. All right.
Okay, so I just spoke with the previous commandant, who we are quite close to, and I wish I had put him on speaker. I mean, but it would have been unfair. But his exact words were that our attention is on the passing out students, and that if you, I told him the two options. He said if you give the younger ones, it will make them have something to look forward to. That there are a lot of gifts from UK, laptops, he particularly mentioned laptops and when it's mentioned UK, that are given to the passing out students. That they get a lot of gifts that but the junior ones do not get. And what we may do also is to ensure that for the parents to feel pride, that on the passing out day, that prize for the best GS3 student can also be given even on the parade ground for the person to march out and be given. And that it will make them want to sustain whatever grounds they've made to increase competition towards till the end of their stay in NMS. That was his summary of his.
Thank you. Can I examine the witness? I want to examine that report. The report carries with what he proposed.
So what does it know? I was going to ask you your question.
My question to him was that we have two options we're discussing.
It's a credible witness.
That we have two options. First option is for us to intervene with our gift to the passing out students, and the second one was to intervene to the GSS crossing. GS3. That was my question. That was my response.
Okay, so let's do this.
Motion to
those who are for GSS, show my hand.
No, GS3.
GS3.
I said, what's the difference?
GS3.
One, two, 3, 4.
We don't win. I
have to go through the motion.
Raise your hand, my friend.
But I'm not happy. All right, thank you. Put down your hands. Those for SS3.
They know they're outside.
I know why I'm emotional about this. I never got my price.
Nobody talking about it.
I rationalize that this could be targets. So they don't know what.
Yeah, no, it's true. Actually, the SS3, they just certificate or paper is useless. I saw all my younger brother got now. Nothing. All the banging and going around like this is just for picture. There was nothing.
So now the money will
So fine. So what we'll do now, I think going forward, let's just do 3 people to work on what will be, because there's that component of what Shaggy said now. Has to be something that's useful. So it's not that straightforward anymore. So 3 volunteers, please. 1. People who think about what the thing should be.
If that will discuss with the commandant
from London,
and then maybe the class head or what they call
those people who do that.
Yes, and they give a
1.
No, there's no need.
Give him, we're not hearing.
Sorry?
I don't think the gift should be something that they can use. Absolutely. I mean, that's the point I'm saying. For me, you can even give them a phone. Sorry. Yes, it doesn't have to be for school.
Thank you for the committee. We are giving you 2 weeks to decide on this one.
It's too long.
What we can do today.
This is not sharp.
All right, fine. So thank you. That's all for this particular. What's the next? Okay.
Not your chairman.
Led by Biladeka, Onions, and Slake. You have to decide on what gift to give to the JS3 students.
Toby, category.
Best graduating story.
Hello.
Yeah, hereby appointed secretary.
Sorry, I'm not here.
5 years, 10 years? Is that
We'll upgrade. We think to upgrade till the last man.
The last man that was the group.
This is what he's saying.
Till the last person amongst us. Yeah, but the thing is that when we see that, no, if the particular gift has gone out of course we'll review it. So let's okay, fine. We'll revisit it in 5 years' time.
Something like that.
10 years, plenty. 5 years time. Maybe by that time they'll do JS3. Yeah, no, arrange school. Yeah, no, that's it. And it has to be branded, they'll announce it. They must announce it clearly. If not, we'll stop.
When you are going to stop it, you need to say, oh, we are stopping.
Let's not hope to stop. All right, fine. Business of today.
Yes, business of the day.
Other business of the day. All the others are business of the day. What else now?
Your mic.
There are issues of okay. Well, we have the dues issue. Now, we all know that what they passed on the year. There's something we've been using the dues for. I don't know. Well, it was voluntary. They had a life insurance, and you also recall that this morning the lecturer talked about having health checks, annual health checks. That's something that we wanted to include in the whole package. But there are many things that drive these insurance things. Number. If your number is not that, like, you get to still pay. I think for the health, we'll still have to pay something. I know that some of us are covered where we work. That might be the major hindrance there. But we can actually work it out. Where you are not covered, we'll get a list of those people who are interested and are not covered. And we'll speak with an insurance or a HMO and be able to arrange for that. It's encouraged actually. The older we get, so that it doesn't come as a surprise. It's when you collapse, you now find out that you have plenty things. It's good to know. It's not a death sentence actually. Sometimes the fear of the unknown is always the problem. And because we live in a system where you might find this is wrong and then there's nothing to do about it. Yeah, but at least let's find out first of all. And then collect it. And then again, that leads me to another thing. Please, if something happens to us, let's know. We are supposed to be brothers. Only I didn't come. What you told me yesterday night, I was just laughing. I got to eat you. You had surgery, you used crutches for months. You didn't know. Even to say how far and even pray for you, but at least. Even if we are not contributing. You see, people they don't contribute. So, at least let's know what's happening to each other. Let's rejoice with each other. Let's carry each other's burdens also. So, now back to that dues issue. So that's part of what we're using the dues.
Sorry, please, with your permission, let me just interject with one other thing. I think this is an appropriate time to also re-emphasize that we do have an insurance that covers everyone who is due pay.
That's what I was getting to.
Okay. Let me allow you to get there.
You mentioned it.
All right, so just as you had started saying, so we use part of the dues for a life insurance for those who are interested. So we asked if you're interested in the gates, and we'll be renewing it every year. So it's part of the dues. So I think that should be seen as one of the benefits. And it would have been good if Bode was covered. He was not due paying also. And so it was not also covered. It's two things though. You pay the dues and then you say, yes, I want the life insurance. So there are two things there. You could pay the dues and not want it, you know. So that's one of what we do. Okay.
So why do you want to exclude? Why do you want to make the life insurance for those that are contributing optional? Because because it's not just an insurance.
They have to provide their details. And they refuse to. We are all asked to provide and they refuse.
Wait now, sorry, please. Let's not argue.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I will recognize whoever is going to speak, please.
It's a different thing if it is compulsory. Or it is compulsory sounds like you're compelling. But if it is automatic, that once you are due paying, we do it. It is a different argument if I do not meet that obligation. But to say that it is optional, I think it's completely different thing. Because I think when we're discussing this, it is not just an insurance for the person. It is an insurance for the group.
Yes.
Power of numbers together. And saying, rather than when there is a problem, we having to contribute, we use the power of togetherness to access that insurance from the company. And then it's the platform for which it is done. I think that is a different conversation from Kuli Adeyinka refusing to tender what he ought to tender. So,
okay, so
I think we should, I'm sorry, but
that's not it. Some people say it is against religion.
Okay.
So it's, if you say you don't want, you don't want.
Okay, so rather than the simple legal way that rather than make it an opt-in, make it an opt-out. So the law, the general rule will be that all fee-pay members are covered by insurance. It's an opt. So if you want to opt out of it, then let's go that my religion fee.
But if the person does not tell you,
then it's covered.
You can't. There is information now that is required.
You need to fill a form. And so failure to fill the form also will mean you are in implication.
So it's still it's just the process we are now.
No, I understand my own position. I think
I understand. That's just a process.
Yeah.
Whether you started with all opt out, or you started with opt in. Or you still get to the same thing. Do you understand? Because it comes to what me I've seen as our problem, that maybe it's improving, I don't know. People will see things and not respond. Then when we have gone on a particular route, you now respond. I expect us to do cover your own route. Do you understand? So if there is that, that's why we have to handle it. It's not now. It's been on for 3 years.
2 years.
No, this is the third year.
We do forgiveness and then join.
So that's the thing. If we had more people, it would have been cheaper.
Yeah.
What we are paying. It will be more costly now because we've grown older. In fact, that's when we discovered that some people are.
No wonder.
Elder brother.
Aside, our brother was not well, we supported him. Personally, I was not happy that was done because he was not a contributing member. But that's by the way. What I suggested even during that discussion was that we should have opened a budget line separately to raise funds for him to do that. And me personally, I would have made contribution to it and that's what we should do. So my proposal now, moving forward, is that we should whatever dues, I stopped contributing, I've stopped paying. Because since my money is used without my consent, I am not part of it again. So I said, well, I'm not going to be paying that money. MSD, I've not made any payment since then. But for me to be part of it, then I need to be part of the decision making on how the money will be used. So what I'm proposing is that we should have, if anybody has any issues, God forbid, we should open a contribution to support the person as much as we can. If there is a contributing member that is having an issue, then we can also make a budget for him make contributions, but also pull from that contribution to support the individual. But all these our funds that we are contributing, we should also decide how we are going to do it. Like this kind of forum now, we can use the money for our reunion, the contributions that we are making for the reunion. But if we do that, we can also start questioning the part that some people are not contributing and you want to use it for the reunion. You know, so that's another way to look at it.
So
my proposal, I don't know, is on the table right now.
Of course. It's not even just, it's not new, that's what we do. What you just explained is what we've been doing. Something comes up, we'll bring it up and say, let's contribute. If that person is due paying, we add to it from the dues.
How much do you add from the dues, Mr. Fabians?
Yes.
No, I think what Nansak is saying there, I think what Nansak is saying there is that we should decide here. Because at the same time, that I'm paying dues should not count against me. That if I am paying dues, something like this happens, the ESCO does not need to ask anybody any question. Once the ESCO hears, because I'm paying dues, you should be able to give this amount. Then you can still now place it on the platform and people can support. But you can also not say, because I'm paying dues, all you will give me is the one from the purse, and you will not put my name on the platform. Then the person that is not paying, you put his name on the platform, and he's benefiting more.
No, that doesn't exist. That does not happen.
No, but it will happen. So wait now, listen. And I think, you see, leaders, listen to us.
Yes, sir.
Lead us the way, listen. Yes. We are saying that what I take from what Nansak is saying is, maybe as a group now, let us decide. If Mr. A is paid, automatically ESCO hears he has a problem. You just need to tell us on the forum, so thing has happened, so thing, intervention has been done. What is that range that we are giving you executive powers to do? Then it doesn't now stop for anybody, for everybody, paying or not paying. Let's put the name on the platform. And Agola, you guys have done tremendously well. I don't see any of us sitting on this side that will have done better. But I think we must also take lessons from what you guys did well and some of the things that you did not do so well, so that the group is a sustainable group. Whilst you say, rightly so, I follow that issue very well, you posed the question to us. I think, like Bobby has always said, sometimes this country thrives on sentiments. There are questions you pose to the public, nobody wants to bear the cat. When you put on the platform and say, Mr. A has this, and you paint a very gory site, and you are asking, should we contribute or not? Who is going to say those contribute? I think put it in the first place. Okay. But when you put it on the, so because going forward, I think there are issues that we, the leaders, should be courageous enough. Don't even put it on the platform in the first place. Like people have said, it is morally wrong. Don't push that body to those of us on the floor and expect us, the followers, to now bear that body, which is your body. Nobody is going to do this in Nigeria. So I think, please, going forward, let's take this point. If you agree with me that what should not be on the forum, please let's not bring it to the forum.
Exactly, and I agree with you. And first of all, I would like to take responsibility for whatever it is that part of EXCO did wrong, that you feel you've done wrong. It is me. You take responsibility. But this particular one, we kept it quiet. We didn't post it. It was a member that posted it and posted it to others that they should reach EXCO. That night, people were just hitting me, so people know about this thing and all the rest. With films, pictures, and video. So what will I do now? The Gori site, I came to Lagos, we had meeting. IK is here now. We discussed MSD and defaults. We were in defaults, the mess, till after 12. That was still the discussion. Then because of that film or whatever, somebody's leg got rot. But it was not so that we knew about it. We had discussed it. And we knew that there was an issue. We had even started discussing NMS 84. Or 83, no, yes, 84. Or already doing something or something like that. There was this guy, yes, there was this guy, what's his name? Augustine Benin, who is. So it was already ongoing, but we didn't put it on the platform because we know this particular situation. So what now happens when somebody puts it and then they say, what is, even Edward that just spoke now. Edward's posts are indicting. He will post it as if X-Ray are not doing anything.
But there are some of us responded to that post personally, directly to Chibuke, twice, thrice.
That is Chibuke now.
Yes.
You didn't respond on the group.
No, because
to
it was the group thing.
See, let's not even do it like a debate. It has been posted there, so we won't respond. We have to respond. And people are now even hitting directly. Do you understand? Hitting directly, what are you doing? This, that. Somebody now posts that, use this money when we're alive, not when we're dead. Do you understand? So, this is the truth about it, sentiments, and then let's be clear about, yes, we've had this meeting, and this is our resolution. We say all for one, one for all. We can't all be for one if that one is not for us. That's the truth about it. If you as one are not for us, the all should not be for one. That's how we do it, how we should do it. If you have issues with funding, of course, it can be looked into. We are not all equal, you know. So, but we see it where people, I knew this was going to happen in that particular situation. It was a matter of manipulation, and it was, people were manipulated well. The people who had emotions to be manipulated were manipulated well. I can call names here. I mean, were manipulated well. Somebody told me that me and mom because I'm a doctor, but I knew what was happening and I knew what was going to happen. Correct, like that, and we got it so fine. But then the thing is that we should see the good in everything. Now we are more participatory, so to speak. Maybe because they touch on our money. That time, Marshall was just raking. Even my phone was vibrating. It is raking. Why? But thank God we saved and helped somebody, we touched somebody's life. That's the truth about it. Going forward, all for one, one for all. So, one. One for all for one.
Your mic is just cool.
Okay, all for one for all. Two, we're setting the ground rules. There are those ones we are contributing for. Funerals, parents, by default. We've done for a child's wedding, done for a bereavement. I think that's it basically. Apart from now, health issues and all the rest that come. Well, so those ones by default are parents, funerals, and then celebrations, the members' funeral, yes. And then, well, not members' funeral, members' contribution to the family left behind, and then so do we do children support, maybe Shankir's daughter wants to marry Thompson's son.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Somebody
that one is okay. Yeah. That is to open a contribution.
Not from the boss, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So children, family doing things. Not wife birthday, not spouse birthday and something like that. Fine. So I think it's clear, right? Wives, okay. Married of member. Married of member. We have to support them.
That's 24.
When you remember
No, the issue about Andrew is that it's the example of one for all for one. But I don't know you don't marry actually. So what do we propose as the amount of money to come from the boss to support a dues paying member?
On different categories of
I think we should allow the exco, because you like know the details. I'm going to tell you, my brother, that we don't have the trend, the figures, the data. Let's go at the data. Just you suggest to us and put on the side.
Okay, so the incoming exco will handle incoming exco will handle that. How can I write all this into my foundation? Sorry?
I have a template in my foundation.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So any other business? Dancer, are you happy?
No, I'm very happy. Anything you say, sir,
it's transferring his dues. So please, those that have not been paid,
I'm paying my dues.
Those who have not paid dues.
I'm paying my dues.
I'll resume. It's not on dues. You said any other business?
Any other business.
Okay, on any other business, I think we're at a stage in our life now that we have to start making a deliberate attempt. Not that I do it too well too, but I think I'm talking to myself first and then to the rest of us. One thing that we can do for each other at this stage, it's not about money really, it's about presence. Presence at each other's occasions. And I think we all genuinely want to be there, but because I don't remember, or things just crop up on my mind. But sometimes it's always so elating when you're having an occasion, and if you have one table, and then your classmates are there, even if it's 2 or 3 of them. So I think maybe, I know FBI has done excellently well, but I think this is an area that we need to make up for. And I also do not know if this is an area that for those who are very willing to, we all know the price of fuel and the price of transportation. And yes, not everybody has time. For that which this has been given, this one is not there. Can we have a system where, aside everybody going as an individual, that the ESCO has the right to sponsor 1 or 2 people to attend on our behalf and to represent us for people's occasions. But then, like he said, it has to be defined. What occasion is it that the group must be represented at, and what is the level of representation that we require? So, but I think it's an area we should look at. But to be able to say, so people came and they are my classmates and they represented me. It is even more important for our friends and colleagues in the diaspora. Ope, I hate to put you on the spot, but Ope buried his dad a couple of months or years ago, a few years ago. I don't think any of us was there. Not that we are blaming anybody or anything.
That's on me, not on me.
No, I know what I'm trying to say. I understand. That's why I said forgive me. But it would have been good, particularly for when you are coming home. We are here, we are available. Let it not look like someone that does not have people or anybody around. Thank you.
Very good observation. But like you said, we were laughing because we've not even finished collecting the low. But I want to add something to what he has said, and maybe that's why we've been able to survive this far. We have some very fantastic members amongst us at all times. I think even for this event, I'm telling you, most of them are seated here with some serious support to this event. So a lot of us that are here today are actually sponsored either directly or indirectly by these members. So first of all, let's just give them a round of applause. Almost half of them are not even at this event, and they supported us. I can tell you that. And they were ably led, but I will leave that for another. Let's leave that for the chairman.
Yeah, I've done it already. All right, so what?
Any other business, no?
No, on this particular one.
Which one?
Which one? Now I've been saying one for all for one. There was this particular thing I posted some time ago, and what we meant was that if you are not a duty-paid member, things might happen that will just be shuru. It will be as if it didn't happen. We might commiserate and all of that, but we will not use the energies or the efforts of the to pursue some support, so to speak. It happened some weeks ago. I don't know if people know these things. And another happened, and then that was just that time that but they passed. And so we had support, but they too was not just paying, but he had gone. That's a different category now. So we have to even debate and discuss that and come to a decision. And then like Vasco now, Vasco lost the parents. But this was coming after we had taken that decision that if you are not for us, we are not for you, so to speak. So we noticed we didn't do that regular contribution thing. Meaning that we won't even announce it because that means we are using the expo. So it has to get to that level because really it's I don't see why we want to be riding on each other. It's not fair, playing on each other's intelligence when we know that you can actually, we know people who are actually needing the help, you know, and then even show some particular action, some kind of willingness to even do something. So that's it. One for all for one. If you are one, not for all cannot be for you, one. So move forward like that. Any other?
AOB.
Okay.
Why the mic? Mike, please.
I think there is need for us to be very, very considerate in some of our decisions. In the sense that we should also look at ourselves individually. We don't have equal strengths. There are some people that are passing through some serious financial difficulties and not being able to contribute. They will have issues. We shouldn't just overlook them because they are not contributing members. We should find a way to also consider how we can assist such people.
Thank you, and I'll just start from your last statement and find a way to assist. That was part of what, that's one major thing I wanted us to achieve, to be able to help each other. But it seems as if it's getting continuously more difficult. Yeah. We should be able to lift each other up. But it seems not to work. It's not working. I don't understand why. What I was thinking, maybe there's some schemes or some models where we could contribute and then set up somebody in a particular, those who need it. You there? It's as if you are not more around.
I'm around. I'm fully around.
So that kind of thing. If we could look into it, you know, what we contribute, maybe like say for a funeral, that kind of money can get somebody going, somebody who is actually in need. We can identify people who need some support. You understand? And then that's a different project. I'm talking about that should be like a welfareist uplift or something. You can give it a name. Person comes with a project proposal or something like that. We help make it better and then contribute and help that to, you know, help somebody. You can have a roll call, but then or a roster that we'll use. But this thing faces a lot of problems. Soki just talked about support that was received to get some here. If let's say I go to meet somebody and say, do you need support? You'll be very surprised if that person starts fighting me. Say, okay, you think same me, I know.
Yeah, there is your approach.
So actually we had possibility to even help and support more people to come. But they did not, and they will not talk. So if I now identify somebody and say, I go and meet and say, well, you need help, the guy is level. You understand? You understand? So we have that amongst us, as I said in the beginning, this ego thing, alpha male and all the rest thing. But we must help each other.
Prove it to us.
Exactly.
He has another question to answer.
Let's move on.
Wait now. Prove it to us, but I will send you the link today. Join it back.
I'm going to post every.
Any other nomination?
What nomination? It's not posted.
Any other nomination?
You people frustrated.
A third person.
For welfare?
Yeah.
What are you now? Are you not to do welfare? Okay. We are talking about people that understand how to look at a proposal.
Yeah, that's all.
Forecast a project. Yes, and know, is this thing realistic?
Somebody professional.
Maybe Soki should join them.
Okay.
Soki should join. This is
No, there's one that is very good though. It's just that it's not there. Andrew Dagoon.
Yeah, Dagoon, yes.
Yes.
All right, Dagoon is online. We have nominated him. So that's three. Makut, and Dagoon.
All from Plateau State.
Here we are one.
All right, fine. You had another.
Okay, just a proposal. So, Mr. Chairman, let's go, gentlemen. I want to propose that also welfare oriented. Maybe we should look at how we can support due paying members. If they need a loan or something like that, they can reach out and maybe be freed by another member. To take a loan to solve an immediate I think we can look at that. Really help contributing. The second thing is what are we using these contributions for? Because since 7 years now, I think we have over 7 million plus just sitting in the bank. We should probably look at investing these funds so we can turn it around. I don't think it's proper to just be lending money. You guys are in accounts, you should be able to talk about it. We can trust ourselves, to be able to do something with that money and turn it around and let it even pay more. And some of the dividends can be shared among members once money that is done.
Okay, fine. So the question of what we use it used for, I think it's been discussed there, fine. And it was decided that it's not anybody's responsibility to multiply the dues of an association. Yeah.
So
and you will give me that English.
Yes, we formed an investment committee for that. Now, let me add to what President has said.
Every association in the world is run the same way. What we are not prepared for is the fact that every investment is a risk. So you now have to choose what level of risk are you willing to take. There are investments you go into and everything will wipe out. So we don't want to be here and 1 minute throw your monies into one investment and next thing it doesn't come back. Because right now, in this country right now, it's not even the time to say you want to start investing in anything. You must be very sure of what you're going into. But let me also add to what luckily we've had, ideas in the past that has somewhat created some form of investment for us. What do I mean? People like IK, I remember I used to, he gave us this push then that we should just convert this money to FX. And I can tell you today, you are talking, we probably have, based on today's value, we have over 10 million from the last time you knew it. So for me, I just think, yes, investments are good, but as an association, and I've seen a lot of associations, he belongs to one right now. I used to bank them. They don't, their money is just the any fixed deposit interest, that's what they do. So that's the way normally we suggest.
I think we're coming to the end of this particular session. I just want to say thank you to everybody. This particular event has taken place and we believe successfully. It's going to end successfully. With a lot of support. You know, it's not cheap. We had a lot of support, in fact, it was overwhelming. It was surprising. It was unbelievable. I don't want to call names, but then we just say that may the Lord bless that place where you got it from, or where we got it from, and may it multiply, and no bad thing shall see where it came from. Now the host of amen. Amen. I don't sound like pastor. All right, so, but seriously, really, there was a lot of support, and we're very, very grateful. It's the thing I've been praying for. And we should not see ourselves as rivals or competitors. You know? We got more than 18 million as support. Yeah, over the years. Not just this one. I have started valedictory speeches.
Yeah, over the years.
All those contributions. So it's actually even out about not just this particular. I still remember the same. So where, and this is an opportunity to say, where we fell short of your expectations, we say we're sorry. Very, very sorry, really. It was not intentional. Might have been, no. It was not intentional, actually. So, but I will take all responsibilities on behalf of EXCO. As a person, it's a big privilege when your peers give you responsibility. You don't know how fantastic it is. There is a load on your head, but then it's a fantastic thing for people to trust you to take decisions. Sometimes it keeps me awake at night. Sometimes I wonder why and how. Larry now is facing the issue of organizing this reunion. He's not able to sit comfortably because they've not decorated the place. Welcome to the stress. When I was arranging it, you understand. So, you didn't even hear I'm talking to you.
Yeah, we're running out of time. We need to move.
When you are coming to Abuja and doing Sandalea, it's simple. You understand. So that is the thing about arranging things. But as I said, the fantastic thing for your peers to entrust you with something. And I don't take it for granted. I thank you for the period, for the experience. It has made me more experienced, older, so to speak. So on behalf of the EXCO, which is outgoing now, before we say bye-bye and thank you very much, we'll do a handover during the dinner. But we have an editorial committee which is going to be up of 3 people. The chairman is, should I use the name this man called me this morning?
Yes. No, because it was because Slake G was not around, Slake G is around.
We are acting for him. Alright, so you are the guy is going to help us. The chairman of the electoral committee. So we need 2 people to join that group.
I didn't use the microphone. I didn't hear your last.
Join the electoral committee.
You have started. I'm ready for you today. Join. Let's go. Let's go on this road. Which other
We want to implore that we are going to be very flexible in doing it. And we're going to do it under an atmosphere of camaraderie, an atmosphere of, it may almost seem as if we're joking or playing about it. But at the end of the day, we just want to get the result. And so we will plead with each and every one of you in the house. We will plead for your understanding. We hope that nobody takes us to court at the end of the day. This is one INEC that is not going to appear in court. We don't have an Urubebe in our list. But I think before we go ahead, we should all please rise and give the outgoing ESCO a big round of applause. Gentlemen, thank you. Please sit down. Having congratulated all of you, we want to say that the door is very open to as many of the previous ESCO to remain. The door is also open for people to be rehatted. The door is also open for new people to join the ESCO without reducing the number of people already there in the ESCO. It is on that premise that I will read out the former appointments, first and foremost for you people to digest, and then we'll open the floor for suggestions on the way forward. We had our president for a long time, Abimbola Olayemi, who, even before we formally constituted the ESCO, had been serving as our interim president for a long time. And it will appear that, rightly so, Abimbola is tired, rightly so. We also have the VP, who is also, I'm told, is also in charge of welfare. That's Josiah Jones, who unfortunately cannot be in our midst, but has been online all through the conversation. Then we have Secretary Ayola, who's doing a tremendous, excellent job like every other member of that floor. The Assistant Secretary, Emi Dan, tries best in these kind of things. He shines above the group. Financial Secretary Soki, who has been underutilized as Financial Secretary because MSD has been shouldering all the work. Our Publicity Secretary, I think we have the best Publicity Secretary that you can have, even as in our 41 regular course. He's also there and he's doing excellently well. Provost is Ahmed Abdullahi, who has been very supportive of the group. Unfortunately, for reasons of exigencies, can't be here. MSD. What can I say about MSD? MSD is a body of knowledge, a body of dedication, a body of support that I know is always very willing to support, continue to support, and I leave it up to you.
It's not there.
Sorry? I don't see that in his eyes, but it is left for you people to see.
MSD is the treasurer, right?
Yes, treasurer. And then our diaspora secretary, Kayode Akiyosoi, who were asking what happened to our 18 million, but started denying the 18 million. So the first thing that we will do is, how are we going to conduct this? We're just going to use simple voting. Simple voting where we do not have affirmation. Where we have only one candidate, we're just going to affirm somebody to support. If there's nobody against, we affirm, the person moves forward. First thing that we need to do is which are the positions that are up or available for, what do you call it, for new elections. Having laid that background, some can remain, some can be changed, some can be added to give new bites.
So it's online. We're asking the question, is there room for electronic nomination?
Yes, sir.
Yes, they can. When we are taking nominations, after we've taken from the House, then we also wait and take from them. Where we do not have a different nomination from what has been done, then we'll just go ahead and simply affirm. Also wait for them to also affirm. Please, has that been communicated to those online? Are they okay with it?
How many people are online?
So you may have vote online. I think about 9 or so. You may have show you have a chance to
So, how do we do this? Do we first of all agree the ones that we are replacing? Or do we take it one by one? What does the House agree on? One by one. I call the name of that appointment. If you want the persons to stay, go ahead, please.
Let me suggest, can I even just move the motion that we retain
a winning team?
Yes. Why change a winning team? Understandably, some of them are tired, and if they are tired,
makes our job easy, massive.
You know, but
let's start with that, sir.
Let's start with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I move the motion to return
the ESCO as the ESCO. I second, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion here that the entire ESCO should stay. We have it seconded. Motion moved by Antonio Laiwala Lossi. And I agree.
NMS 83848.
And I agree. Okay. Yes. A member has. Yes.
Okay.
So we have another perspective. I said we have another perspective. Anybody seconding that perspective?
Okay, so let's take that for straight away.
Sorry, you are seconding?
Yeah.
Okay, so it means we'll take a vote by positions. Do we start from the most senior and then come down? Probably the president's side? Okay. For the president, you still have something you want to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please go ahead.
I'm not contesting president.
You don't have to contest.
Please.
Okay, let me rescue you. Like I said, this is.
If you put me in, I'm going to decide.
No.
You don't.
Yes, sir. Adiki and then Michael Makutu.
Yes, sir. So I thought the first group is to return the former ESCO.
Yes, sir.
Then the second group put it into vote. So I'm expecting that maybe we now have a vote if you are for those that want the former ESCO to remain.
That's because there was an opposition, we will not pass through the normal
simple majority.
Because, brothers, like I said, sometimes let's just be flexible enough and understanding enough. In defense of Angola, particularly, not any other person. If you remember how we started this, for about 2 or 3 years before we had the structure in place, Angola was carrying all this on his head. If Angola says he's tired, I want to plead that we respect that perspective and allow him to go ahead. Sometimes he may not have said it all, but I know Angola is a very committed person. But for him to say he's tired, I would want to put it to you. If you direct otherwise, we'll go otherwise. But I want to put it to you that please respect that position.
Well, can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Well, in the spirit of flexibility, I thought that until he's nominated, that he can decline his nominations. That's what it should be. Now, nobody has nominated him, and he's already.
No.
Yes.
No. Let me respond to that, sir.
So the right thing.
Yes, sir.
I thought if we are nominating by positions, we will take nominations, and if he's nominated, then he can decline.
You are right, sir.
That's what.
No, you are right, sir. However, what he's responding to is that first nomination that said everybody in the previous ESCO should be returned. So he is saying that he opposes that because he, Agola, is not available to be part of that general blanket.
No, sir. No, sir. That had been taken care of because there was.
I want to nominate.
For the position of president, the nominations. Let me start from my left. Yes.
NMS 859, Tunde Phillips. I hereby nominate Sokaribo Lossi as president. The man of God has spoken, has seen my mind.
Yes, any other?
You read my mind.
Seconded, anybody to second that one?
I, NMS 83110, Kadibes seconded, sir. Papa Kadibes.
Okay, any other nominations? Yes, please.
I, NMS 3887,
Nominate Olariwaju Ayola as president.
Okay, Olariwaju Ayola as president. Any secondment? Yes.
I, NMS 886, Michael Makut, second.
The nomination of Olariwaju for the post of president.
No.
Nominate anybody. No, wait now, wait. Can a nominee?
Yes. No. Unusual.
Okay, what if we use voice vote? If you believe a nominee can nominate, say yes.
Yes.
If you believe he cannot, say
nominee. No. Actually, in
the interest of democracy, I will take your nominee and my name. Yes, who do you nominate? Okay, who is second?
Nobody has to go second now.
Anybody to second?
No, nobody. I do.
Out of our time, they will not decorate this hall. No problem. So we have 3 people, online members.
That's good. Carry on.
Okay, is that carry on for me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I, NMS 83889, I nominate the for president.
Okay, any secondment to Yemi Agbelisi for president? Sorry?
I, NMS 82670, please support Yemi Agbelisi.
Okay. Yemi, yes?
I respectfully decline and add my vote to Sokaribo Lossi.
Okay. Here we have a member that has said he declines in the same spirit of what I said before. If somebody declines, I think we should respect that. So we have 3 people. We have MSD, we have Sokaribo, and we have Ayola. However, like I said, please allow me to put some flexibility into this. We have an investment club, gentlemen, please note, that is just about to get its foot. We're about footing rather. MSD is central to that. Does MSD serve our interest better as president, or does it serve our interest better as the man that takes that investment club
remember the lecture we had this morning. Please, I want us to reconsider. If you say that is what you want, we will go ahead. But at this point in time, is MSD better suited for that, or should we change it elsewhere? This is not INEC, this is election that affects you and I. Let's get realistic.
So I would say actually that's why some of us were coming up with the funny idea that we could not nominate.
One house.
One house means
I, Nms 819 Chicheko Himubi, hereby appointed returning officer for this election. We'll start with the nominations for the post of president of our alumni. And the three candidates are Sokari Bolosin, Olarwaju Ayola, and Momeshehu. So we'll start with votes for Sokari Bolosin. So if you are in support of Sokari Bolosin as president for the alumni, please indicate by hand. Sokari Bolosin, indicate by hand.
I won't look, I won't have
I will count.
I won't look, I won't have
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are you on 9, 10, 11, 12? Yes, yes. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
This body, you're not supposed to snap us. So at the end of online, go receive hands.
Anybody online?
Anybody online?
Anybody online? Candidates, Olarwaju Ayola for president, please indicate by show of hand.
On the talk, I think.
1, 2.
Anybody online? Anybody online?
If you go to court, you'll be suspended from the station until you come back from the court.
Candidates,
anyone online?
Prince Mohammed Shehu,
president for president.
NMS 83 alumni.
The best way nominated and don't vote
I joke.
0 votes. How can you no one that person that
online will come. Anybody online? Hear me? Hear me? Online.
Nobody.
Please call them in. Can you boss call them in? Shebi, we should announce the result immediately, right?
Yes.
Sorry?
You are voting for MSC.
That's overtaking
we have reached this election.
We were not there. We were here when we were saying so now. It has passed. Okay.
There's a time limit. You didn't vote for
Okay, gentlemen, we just had a very fantastic vote. By popular demand of the House, like they say, you can't take us to court. I won't give you the numbers because I think it's very clear. There is no need to announce the numbers to you. By popular demand, Soki,
Where is Soki now?
you have overwhelmingly won.
So, congratulations.
I think we need to ask for more nominations from the online.
Even if you go NMS, go take nomination, he will still win. The Vice President, like I said, we need to ask ourselves going forward now, if somebody is doing well, do we really need to change them?
Who is the person there, Marcel?
The Vice President is Josiah Jones. Also, what Josiah Jones brings to the table is that, sorry, let me just say what is happening. Reality is that Josiah is in Kaduna, that axis there. what do you call it, soaking is on this axis. Are those things that you want to ponder on? Are those things you want to consider? I'm only asking questions and not trying to give an opinion. So, with that, the floor is open. Vice President.
I think we'll be careful with Lasha. Because this as Vice President of this very esteemed association.
Any secondments? I don't want this thing to go to court. Yes.
Point of order.
I, Nms 3887, hereby second the motion.
Any other nominations?
Babu. The mayor already seconded too.
Going. Gone. So, we have the position of VP, only one nominee.
No, sir.
Don't worry.
Nobody else. Nobody else.
Okay, sorry, Ike.
Mr. Chairman, sir,
Yes,
I wanted to ask that we cannot nominate someone behind his back.
He's here.
It's online. Oh, he has been online throughout from the beginning. I said it at the beginning. Yes.
And has he accepted?
Yes. He didn't say, okay, let me explain to you. Once anybody is nominated, even like for the first one, if the person does not want to, it is up to the person since he's listening to say he does not want to. Once you do not say you do not want to, my assumption is that you have a problem with it.
I understand this, but in terms of the nature of the network, can just confirm with him.
Okay.
He's here. He's with you. JK, you accept your nomination as Vice President?
Vice Chairman.
Well, Vice Chairman.
Vice President.
JK, will you say yes or no? JK, will you say yes or no?
Okay, thank you very much for the honor.
Thank you.
I don't see this kind of time. You get some people when they raise observation, if you don't take the observation properly, by the time we leave here now, where Ike writes.
No, but actually, Ike, what clause are you quoting that is around the candidate's application? What clause?
So I think let's deliver a credible process. So points taken, point noted, point taken. Okay, so we have only one person that has nominated for VP. So that's Josiah Jones. Can we all affirm?
Yes, affirm. Yes.
Affirm Josiah Jones returned as Vice President. Can we please give him a round of applause? For Secretary, we have an erudite man, a man of timber and caliber, who has been excellent with all the write-ups, has been given this group. He's not been found wanting to the best of my knowledge, in the person of Olanewaju Ayola as our Secretary. The floor is now open for nomination.
No other. Unopposed. Can't you just say unopposed?
No, that's not for me to say.
Let's nominate first. And let him
Unopposed. I, Nms 3878. I nominate Ayola Olanewaju. Unopposed.
Correct.
Seconded. Adeke, please, Paul.
Seconded, sir.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Babu.
For Secretary?
Unfortunately.
Gone. In the same interest. No. Let's follow what Ike taught us. Ike,
No, he's here. We know he's here. If
I don't know, we're going to ask him to respond to. Okay, so for going forward, please, if you do not say anything, I assume the House will assume for those of you who are okay with it. Is that okay? So, Can we affirm the secretary as Ayola Olarewaju? The next is a man that links the old and the young, the stubborn and the nice, the good and the bad, with the ugly, the man who knows bongo and everywhere and can still keep his faith. Some mornings he will start with the issues of God and Thanksgiving. He closes the day with God damn it. Is no other person who has preached that link, very critical link between the different stratas and groups that exist in our course. Our assistant secretary from the last regime was Emmanuel Daniel Chinoko. So, any nominations for a new person or otherwise? The floor is open. No, assistant secretary. Nominations, please. Anybody is nomination. Gentlemen, somebody must, for the record, somebody must mention, somebody must. Yes. Daniel. Thank you. Emidan is up for nomination. Anybody to second?
I second. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Nms 83879.
Seconded. Any other nominations? Going?
Sorry, Chairman.
Okay, seconded by Ime.
Okay, Ime.
I know about online. I know about
yes, sir.
Why? From jumping.
Okay. Any other nominations? Going, gone.
Thank you.
Online, anybody there?
You made second.
Okay, so can we please affirm Emidan as our assistant secretary? For financial secretary, which is next, unfortunately that place is open and waiting. Soki used to be the financial secretary. We do not have anybody there now. Nominations, please.
I, NMS 83.
I didn't give you floor, my friend. Okay, now you have it.
Protocols observed. I, NMS 83 848, nominate Andrew Dagun from Situto. My man is yes for the position of financial secretary.
Okay.
Second, quickly.
We have Andrew Dagun, the shortest man in the course.
Tallest man.
Okay, tallest man. Any Agola? You want to second?
No. I don't want to observe. He's not in the country.
Is he online?
He's online.
It's online.
No, it's not in the conference.
His financial secretary is not.
Yes.
Because he has to sign.
Issues of access to the account and all of that.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay, do we consider that intervention by Angola a valid one?
Sorry? I don't know. Don't get back to us. No, not just that. I think it's done online.
No, but they are saying it's just signing of checks and
The ESCO can sign, but Dagun can still be the financial secretary.
It's treasurer and treasurer that is the issue. So can work. No.
He has to relate the banks or with the banking system.
Is it not an everyday banker?
Okay, sorry, so that we don't take too much time, please. From what you've explained, it needs to be someone that is physically.
But let's ask him if he can handle it for where it is.
Oh, yeah, ask him. Andrew. Now only you be the chocho for this board. His hand is up.
I think I agree with Soki. It's going to be tough because sometimes the financial secretary might have to deal with the banks. That will be tough from here. So is it honorably declined? I'm sorry, I can't accept it.
But wait, Andrew. Or is online banking not enough?
I'm asking them, going online banking.
No, we already have an account.
Yeah, it can be enough, but sometimes you might need to be on ground to even sign those documents that will allow for you to represent a corporate company.
Okay, but you still stand ready to serve in another capacity, I believe.
Yeah, anyone that I can, yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, I want to believe Andrew can handle that. That's what I said.
Because Andrew has worked in the bank. Spent all his years in the bank.
If there is anything we need to do for him from this end, we'll find others to help. No.
Andrew, do you want to reconsider your position?
The option
or that
for
the
him
final
is
answer?
that he can move the business to a bank that he's very familiar with, like Unity Bank, where he worked. So with that, every other thing will be easy.
That bank will get 2 years.
Okay, you know what? Let's not overflow this. Andrew has said it. Let's go ahead. So, any other nominations, please?
Andrew.
Yes, any other nominations?
Who got accounting? Who the banking again?
Daffy.
Again, Nms 848, considering somebody who is on ground, readily available, nominates a master old blocker, Daffy Egaga, for the position of financial.
Any secondments for Daffy as a financial secretary?
Unopposed.
Orubebe.
Actually, it was my mind to nominate him.
So I also second the motion.
Okay. So any other nominations for financial secretary? We have Daffy Egaga.
What are you doing?
Daffy, wait now. Before we ask for people to decline, or whether you want to or not, please let's also understand that some people have, the others are also sacrificing and doing it. Please, I want to implore and I want to beg. If it is not something that is critical, I will please say that please always try and oblige the group. It may not be the most convenient for you, but please, I see it as a big sign of confidence and honor when any of us is nominated to serve. However, this is without prejudice to whatever any member of this club may have in mind. So Daffy, are you willing to serve as our?
Unless you're relocating abroad.
Unless you're relocating abroad next week. He has no comment. He has accepted. On the conference.
So, we have only one nomination for, okay, another nomination for
financial secretary.
But I guess Ike just told all of us that he is very busy with what they call it. Well, Ike, you may want to say it yourself so that I'm not the one here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, sir. Honestly speaking, I wish I could have done it, but like I said, I'm busy at this moment. However, I will support Daffy.
Very good, very good. So, we have only one nomination that is ably supported by one of the financial gurus in the house. Do we have any other nominations? No. Can we please affirm for Daffy as our financial? Okay, Daffy is returned as the financial secretary. For the publicity secretary, we need a man that is mobile, a man that is responsive. Yes, I know. A man that is responsive, a man that is all and about. Currently, or the previous person that we had was a nomad. He's everywhere, all up and about. But it is for you people to judge how well he has performed and if he deserves to be returned. An ambassador extraordinary.
Anybody that has traveled up to half the distance, the current one.
The current one has traveled. So, the current person, our publicity secretary, is Farouk Babaina.
Unopposed. I nominate.
Any nominations?
The President of the Committee on Election, members of the House, I, NMS 838, hereby nominate Alhaji ex-boy Faruk Babaina as the Publicity Secretary for NMS 83 of the 31 Thank you very much.
Okay, any secondment online? Okay. Any other nominations? Gone. Can we affirm FBI as our returned unopposed as the Publicity Secretary? For provost, though we do not have Ahmed here, but he sent in both a public apology. He's somewhere that will not afford him the opportunity to even be online. And I don't know how to say this on behalf of the former ESCO or the ESCO that is transiting. Not just the only do that, he supported this occasion hugely to show his interest and commitment. And I think I can stand for him to say that he will be very willing to remain if it is so. But we will not be able to hear him to say, but I don't think he will have anything against it. So, for the something of provost, do we have any other nominations?
So we nominate. Who are the we?
My friend, and they lost it. That's what I do of America.
I'm reading everybody's mind. The House should please excuse me. I, NMS 848, nominate Abdullahi Ahmed for the position of provost.
That's your last one.
Any secondment?
They're going to buy May Michael.
Yeah, making our.
They're going to buy May Michael.
You want to say something?
This one,
Nation of Ahmed Abdullahi.
Okay. So we have Ahmed Abdullahi. Any other person? Gone. Do we have Ahmed Abdullahi as for treasurer? MSD, Investor Club, Cooperative.
Let's move on, sir. Let's move on.
Any nominations?
Somebody's on the.
Yes, Paradiki.
MSD nominated.
Any secondments?
Unopposed.
Michael Makut.
I, NMS 83886, Michael Makut, second the nomination of MSD as the treasurer of this great association.
Unopposed.
Unopposed.
Unopposed. Okay.
So, I guess MSD automatically is returned as the of this great association. Thank you. I guess it's a fan.
Yes, it's a fan.
So we have just one more position, and this one is restricted to the people outside the country.
Yes.
And when you look at people that can leave their homestay abroad and travel all the way down here just to be a member of this and to take part in this and to be actively involved. I think Coyote, we want to say you did very well. I really appreciate your contribution. And but it is time for us to nominate. Do we have any nominations? That's what I said. I don't see a yes, it's okay.
Nominate Anthony Olaiwola Lawson as the next diaspora secretary.
You're using Lawson, ba?
Yes.
Must have two losses in the same
You can have two losses in the same. You can have two losses in the same.
Any secondment?
Yes, I look at it.
I didn't give you the
What's your number?
You said it.
I didn't give you the floor. Any secondment?
No, Agola's and
Observation.
Observation. In order not to appear as if
one family.
Exactly. And in order for it not to appear as if one family is taking over. I must humbly.
We know you're
So, this is also of due respect to.
Okay, wait, I cannot. We have point of order. Yes, point of order.
I want to observe that. Let Attorney Lawson not confuse this house.
We all know that they have different NMS numbers. We all know that they are from different
fathers.
Yes. And so his attempt to confuse us.
Okay. So anybody seconding Soki's motion? Who? Agola.
No.
Agola.
What about that, sir?
Yes, sir.
What he's raising is not that he's saying he can't decline, but his
Reason for declining is what Makamakuti is standing on.
Okay.
That if you want to decline, you should give us a proper reason for declining and not confuse the house.
Okay. You want to respond to that?
It's a sacrifice, you cannot decline.
The idea of having people on bodies, like you, able chairman said, he has to be able to come on the drop of a hat. And the returning, or the one we are hoping to return, ex-Wakari Akinyosoye, has shown without.
Nominate him now, let us get
okay, so let me nominate.
Okay, okay, in this sense, because of time, I understand what we're saying. We will let me go back memory lane and say one of the reasons why Kayode was. And like say, please forget that I'm INEC now. I remember, yes, I just remembered what you were saying, that we chose somebody from the UK because of flight tickets. We said that for the person to be around and go, that it is easier for someone from the UK to be around, and Kayode has demonstrated that. So please, sometimes, whilst we are being comical and we are who is it easier and easiest for? People like Anthony Lawson, Okwe, Canada and all those people. Even that is available. You understand that? But please let us look at what is convenient also. Sorry, I feel like you've been raising your hand since.
So, I wanted to actually support, people nominate. So,
yes. Have been issued.
Yeah. And then, of course, now support. My reasons are thus. They have shown great commitment and interest in our process. Man has nominated him money. Now, the last elections that we had, you know, I wanted to pull out. Yes. But there was that, whatever. Tony now called me and said, if the people want you because they trust you, that is why.
Was there a lot? Finish the story.
Yeah, well, so please, the issue about flight, I don't think that it was because of time difference.
Okay, time difference.
Time difference, yeah. But I don't think it's a problem because even in the expo, when we do discussions on WhatsApp like that, people get time to go to computer and discuss. And most times, even in the evening, you don't have time to do work now. So it will be okay for you. And of course, if we still want you, yeah, that's the thing about it. We trust you.
Okay, any other points?
Any
other points? Full of time. Any other points? So
who do we have? Nobody has seconded Coyote's nomination. Okay, you seconded Coyote. Who is seconding Anthony Lawson's nomination?
No, Coyote. I'm seconding
Anthony Lawson.
Who's seconding Coyote? No, he has not declined.
Okay.
Sorry, Doctor. I think we should find out from Anthony Lawson. Are you taking this nomination or you are declining this nomination?
I would respectfully decline because I would respectfully decline in the same sense that my voice here had chosen to decline, and I do this considering, like I said, I'm very committed to this group. I'm here today. That's a very clear sign. But I don't want to be in a situation where I am the one person that is not available for ESCO meetings and whatnot.
Don't worry, you don't worry.
So I'm declining.
Don't worry.
So, in the absence of Anthony Lawson, nominate now. Andrew Dagu nominates. Sorry, online. Who? Online. Andrew Dagu nominates. And then nominates who? Coyote. Ita seconded Coyote. Okay, so you're already there from the people in diaspora. Gentlemen, to be honest, the people in diaspora is the one representing them. If the people in diaspora have nominated Coyote, those of us here, these are the people he's coordinating. So we have Coyote up for re-election. Anybody?
Unopposed,
Coyote, in your own, if you like, go Supreme Court. I am not giving you the floor to decline. The floor is no longer available for you to decline. Yes. Is Coyote Akinyosoye, the black man. Can we affirm? Thank you very much. Gentlemen, so we have for, okay, sorry, return yourself.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, having completed the elections, I will call out the new members of the...
Please come out as they call you, please.
So, we'll start with from the rear. Philip says he likes it from the rear. So, starting from the rear.
I give up.
You have seen the bad person, so you not the person.
So from the rear, the diaspora secretary, Coyote Akinyosoye, return, affirm and return to the post.
If you like Wakala, person when you don't meet na lie.
The next is for treasurer. We have our own prince, Mohammed Shehu, returned unopposed. In absentia, we have the provost, Ahmed Abdullahi, returned unopposed. For publicity secretary, we have our own very nomadic, mobile Tuareg, Alhaji Farouk Babaina. And gentlemen, we have a new financial secretary in the person of Dafe Egaga. Assistant secretary, we have Emmanuel Daniel ECD Godemit Chuloko. Honorable Forum. We have Olaruwaju Ayola. The post of Vice President was also returned on the post by Josiah And gentlemen, after a very, very serious and grueling voting process for the post of the president of NMS 83/31 POP.
For the year 2023. And going forward, we have a new president in the person of Sokaribo.
Look at it, it looks like they were all prepared for this position. So we have an MSD who, to show how frugal he is with our funds and everything, he has already dressed up for the dinner. So, well, gentlemen, on behalf of members of the electoral committee, I'll just give everybody, particularly Bona, we've not heard from you. One word.
Gentlemen, I just want to say, you find the grace to do the responsibility, taking oath, or you will be taking oath to do. I know it's not going to be easy, but you've done it before, you can do it again. Agola has given you a mantle, a baton, a shoe that is bigger than you. Yes. So, with all these ones around you, with all our support, all prayer, we all believe you will do better. Yes. And you find ways to do that. Thank you.
So keep on. And then, I want to say thank you on behalf of the committee.
No, we will thank you. On behalf of all of us, we want to thank you, Chairman. Don't thank us. We are thanking you.
On behalf of all the members of the electoral committee, we want to say a big thank you for reposing confidence in us to be members of this committee and for being able to conduct a successful election. And we also pray that God will give every member of this new ESCO the grace, the wisdom, and all it takes to lead us aright. On behalf of every member of the electoral committee, I say happy congratulations. Thank you very much.
Our work is done. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you on behalf of all of us here at Incoming ESCO for doing a very good job.
Running a wide election.
Thank you, everybody. Please, we need to vacate the hall now.